Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Cancun. It's the third and final day of competition at the Cancun Grand Prix. We're about to get underway with the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring you. And we're going to start with the opening contest in the under 90 kilo category, the first of which features Loic Pietri of France. He's up against Harrison Cassar of Australia. And it's a very good morning and a very warm welcome to former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And yes, we've just started with the under 90 kilos, and this is going to be quite an exciting match. Reason is because the Frenchman here, unseeded, Pietri, but has 3 world medals under his belt. Now, we had a little bit of investigation. Obviously, the last world result, top world result, was in 81 kilos, and he won the gold medal, but 2014 a bronze and 2013 a silver. So there's someone who's always been up there in a world-class level at 81, has made that transition now into the 90 kilos. And the last time he got a result, he hasn't had a result in the World Tour, either in a Grand Prix or a Grand Slam, but definitely one to be watching here in this competition.
He comes up with a second score there.
And an ippon and a great start. Pietri takes the win and swiftly goes through to the second round, where he'll be up against Silva Morales of Cuba. So that will be a very testing match indeed.
Right, on, where are we today? Oh, map 2. Colton Brown of the United States of America faces Oscar Villarreal of Mexico. It's Brown in the white judogi, Villarreal in blue. I remember seeing Colton Brown at the training camp in Hohhot in China. I went along there for a couple of days, only to sit on the side, I hasten to add.
Well, I would say you'd be very brave if you were actually mixing it with them, to be honest. But
well, it's funny because I carry my gi once in a while when we go to China and different places, because we often do things with on the Judo for the World tour, because that's slightly different from the IJF Judo World Tour. That's, you know, your professional competitive part. There's a score there for Brown as he catches Villarreal, and now the Osai Komi, they're going to have to give ippon. I think he's injured himself on the knee.
Just seemed to stumble there on that first exchange, went down and literally gave no resistance on the attack from Colton Brown, and he does look in quite considerable agony there as he hobbles off, which is always a shame to see, but the medical staff here will look after him, and I'm quite sure he'll be bouncing back.
It was Sami Chuchi in the under 81 kilo category yesterday who helped off Victor Penalba in the final.
That was so nice, wasn't it? It's
nice touch, wasn't it? Right, Peter Zilka of Slovakia faces Michal Minchin of Armenia. It's Zilka in the white judogi, Minchin in blue. We're into the third contest of the morning, and we're into the 4th minute of the
I know,
morning.
it's going very quick. Yesterday was a longer day. There was a lot of golden scores, wasn't there?
It was painful,
And
Loretta. That's what it was. It was painful yesterday.
It was definitely challenging for a lot of athletes, I could say that.
I think...
Oh,
here we go
what
again.
a spin through there. Shiguruma, beautifully executed, but what a wide angle swing through into the attack. Scorner Wazari, Zilka now taking the lead, and
I love this name.
Zilka.
Peter Zilka. And there is a German called Falk Peter Zilka. I don't think they've got anything to do with each other. It's just such a unusual, so unusual.
It's actually got a nice tone to it,
and then the German is Falk Peter Zilka. I'm going to investigate that.
And for our tongue, it's actually, or for my tongue, it's actually an easy one to say, Zilka, unlike some of the other ones. So
it's not easy, believe me, it's not easy. Anyway,
easy.
I haven't finished the Chinese story. Wazari on the board for Peter Zilka. He leads Mikhail Minchin with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go, and now Zilka's going to pick up a penalty, as is Minchin, just for hiding the geese, just pulling that away and not
just the
giving the
negative
open
action
shoot.
at this particular moment. And
so speaking about geese and China, I take my gi whenever I go to China, because I know that they like me to go and do things with the children and the young groups there, the cadets. This time I didn't, but I fancied going along to the training camp, and I did have my gi, and I thought I'll speak to Songdae Nam, who was one of the head coaches there, Olympic champion from 2012. Oh, there's a turn, just missed out there, and I was going to say, shall I come on? And then I thought, well, if I do, what am I going to do? I'm not one of the coaches.
yes,
And all the coaches ever do is stand there with their arms folded
and propping up the wall.
propping up the wall. So I thought, no, I'm not going to get involved in that. Leave that.
So you propped up the door instead.
Well, I did some interviews, one of which was with Colton Brown of the United States of America, who we saw briefly in the previous contest. Anyway, just under 2 minutes left to go. Peter Zilka with a good lead here, round 1 of the under 90 kilo category.
Well, Zilka, as you can see, has taken the lead, but he has a Shido. They've both got a Shido apiece, and the winner of this will go on to meet Colton Brown of the USA. But looking very negative. They're both drawing down on that sleeve grip right on the edge of the contest area. Zilka and Minchin both take a Shido apiece again, so that's 2 each. Now, not looking very good here with 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. It's been, other than that explosive start with Zilka, which was very, very impressive, now seems to be doing a bit of a nosedive right now. Oh, the Uchimata, beautifully done there. Didn't get that final finish to the attack, but follows down into the Niwaza, legs digging in underneath his opponent, and now catching the arm, trying to rotate him over, but good defences from Minchin.
Yeah, I've done a little bit more looking up of Loic Pietri. He only had a couple of events last year. One of them was the Continental Cup in Sarajevo at 90 kilos, and he won that. And then he had a couple of outings at 90 kilos where he blew out. I think he was in Ekaterinburg, and then one other place going out in the first round. So he's just getting used to 90 kilos. It was a quiet time after 2016, not a great deal going on in 2017 for Loic Pietri.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of athletes that make those sort of decisions. Oh, lovely hip throw there, beautifully executed, Ippon scored, and Peter Zilka goes through to the next round.
Right, and I am so taken by the name that I'm going to go and investigate that right now. And now we have coming up, staying
in the weight category under 90 kilos. Kalowski representing Poland in the white, and representing Lebanon in the blue we have Elias. Elias in the blue, Kalowski in white. We've got 27 athletes competing in this weight category here today. Majov from Serbia comes into this competition as the number 1 seed, and Silva Morales of Cuba is the number 2. But a few athletes thrown into the mix that's unseeded, and one we've already seen, and that's Pietri of France. That's won his first match and takes him into that second round, where as he's been thrown in unseeded, comes up against the number 2 seed, Silva Morales. Elias there putting a few of those hip throws in. Not getting in deep enough to get to threaten his opponent too much at this particular moment. We're coming up to 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Uchimata attempt there from Kowalski. Kalowski there defending slightly. He's got the hand on the hip, slightly trying to keep the distance between him and his opponent. So he doesn't want to get engaged too deep there. As you can see, Lebanon with the arms around, trapping his opponent's hands. Kosotas really overstretches himself on that attack, but there's a Sianagi return there. Kozlowski there doing really well as he drops down into the Niwaza. Elias there takes the arms around shoulders, cupping his opponent in tight as he reaches through for the Ouchigari. Now trying to maneuver himself in a better position there in the Niwaza. As you can see, trying to draw back on that right arm of his opponent. A little bit of a stalemate now at the situation, and the referee calling mate. We've just under a minute remaining, 49 seconds precisely, and still no score on the board, but 1 Shido to Poland. Elias Ouchigari, well, he had been threatening the Ashiwazas, and again that's a really close call there for Poland. And as we go now into golden score for Kozlowski really has to be aware of the Ashiwazas. There's been a few times that he's shown some real class there with the feet, as they've really overstretched the Kosotogari we saw in the earlier stages of the contest, and just at that latter stage there with the Ouchigari. Nice techniques and a real threat for Poland. Elias working to the edge of the contest area as he draws down in the Niwaza, looking possibly for the Shimiwaza, but he's got the Osakomi there. Can he secure it? Well, there's a lot of shuffling going on down there, and he hasn't really just got it stable to the upper part of the body, and that was the sort of downfall for that one. Needed to secure the head. Too much movement with the head and shoulders, and Kozlowski manages to escape quite easily, really. Well, definitely a battle going on. We were teased quite a bit with the first few matches in this weight category. Didn't go to time any of them, and quite sharp, but this is definitely an evenly matched contest. Kozlowski with 2 Shidos on the board, with 1 minute and 26 seconds into golden score. Now will the referee be looking at handing out that third and final Shido? Elias has put in a lot of work. Very convincing with the Ashiwazas, and there you have it, the third and final Shido, and the win goes to Elias of Lebanon. A great win for this young man, and we'll see him a little bit later on, where he'll be up against the German Edward Trippel. So now we have coming up in Pool D, the last match of this round, and it's Yamamoto Servan of Peru, and he's up against the Canadian El Nahas Mohab. Well, we know the Canadians have had a good performance throughout this weekend and throughout this year, we could say, really. There's been some great results, even more so with the women. And what a team they've put together, and looking very much on target towards the Olympic Games. Well, there you have Yamamoto Servan. Nice exchange into the Niwaza. Shido goes to Yamamoto. El Nassan, as you can see, coming round at the back for the Canadian Sutemiwaza attempt, but again good awareness from Yamamoto Servan. Controlled it as he was going over, but definitely a lot more life in the Canadian as he comes in once more. Always first on the attack. Comes over deep on that arm, hooks in for the Ouchigari, switches for the Makikomi. Beautiful combination of techniques there, and Ippon for the Canadian. El Nassan Mohab goes through to the next round, and he'll be up against Machado of Brazil later on. And now we're coming up to the ladies under 78 kilo category, and representing Germany in the white we've got Christina Faber and she's up against Vanessa Chala of Ecuador in the blue. And a great start for Faber. Goes straight into the Niwaza, straight onto the attack, and as we know, the Germans really enjoy working down in the Niwaza. Have got some great skills down there and become very dangerous, especially in that position when their opponent is with underneath them, looking for the shimiwaza. Circling motion there for Faber. She comes in, she's got a lapel caught up there. Chala trying to control, gets there, an Aggie attempt there, lifts but just doesn't get the right rotation, but nevertheless a good attack, and now reverse situation in the Niwaza as Chala goes for the Sangaku turn, now comes back up trying to punish her in another way possible. Faber coming in with the Ouchigari, showing it but not really committing to it. A Sasai attempt from Chala. A great attack there, and Chala takes the lead with a Wazari. Chala in the inside grip, high collar on the right side, draws her opponent's head down. She's slightly taller than her opponents and uses that advantage to maintain control. A little bit soft there, and falls down into the Niwaza position, and I think she could pick up a Shido though. She's very lucky. It just seemed a little bit of a collapse situation from Chala. Attempt of an Ouchigari, but Faber really just dismissing that. She fell onto her face, and there you have it, another false attack. Well, there's one too many there for the likings of this referee, so a Shido been awarded now to Chala, but she still has that lead of a Wazari. Ouchigari attempt there for Faber on the edge of the contest area, putting a little bit more extra pressure on her opponent, but really needs to shake this up a bit. She's into the last minute, and That last minute will just disappear very, very quickly if she's not careful. Well, Faber taking the right hand high onto the collar this time, trying to get very deep in there. Steps through the Sasai hip throw as well. Good combination of techniques that stumbles her opponent to the ground, but what she's needing now is a score. Once again, Fabo piling on the pressure, the right high collar grip that slips very now deep into the back, trying to. So two Shidos Chala has got with 14 seconds to go. Well, if she's going to maintain this lead and a win into the next round, she's got to start fighting back. At the moment, she's been on the receiving end and has looked very tired out there. But Fabia ran out of time and sadly goes out in the first round. But for Chala, Ecuador goes through to the next round.
Yes, it's dangerous to leave the commentary position and get caught up in the back with the athletes, because you just go from one to the next. You think, I'll just go and ask one question, and then
Yes.
you end up getting caught by about 5 or 6 different athletes. And I saw Michaela Polaris, the gold medalist in the under 70 kilo category. I bumped into her. Saw Magdalena Kasakova, the gold medalist in the under 63 kilo category. Loic Pietri, I stopped and had a chat with him. We were laughing about him putting on a bit of weight and looking, full in the face, and it just kept going one after the other. Nice atmosphere, back of house, as they call it. Right, who have we got coming up next then?
Well, maybe we can move across to mat number 1, possibly the under 78s, where we've got Talon and Wallace of Australia. Talon representing Spain, and representing Australia, Melanie Wallace.
Okay.
As these battle away to try and control the grip there, Talon drops under her opponent. Nicely done. Breaks up her opponent's balance, who follows through into the Niwaza, trying to capitalise, falling in the more stronger position.
I don't think I've seen Melanie Wallace.
No, I haven't seen her.
before.
The Australians are starting to throw out a few of some very strong athletes, especially in the women's division. It's been a real change and mix-up within Australia judo, and they really are pushing hard on the development and giving these young athletes exposure here on the world circuit.
Well, if you're going to choose a body type for under 78 kilo category,
absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
Definitely, there's no doubt about it. She really looks comfortable in this weight category, and although she's down 2 shidos, she's given a good run for her money out there. She's working hard.
a couple of good attacks. She's up on her feet early, so
Yeah.
you know she's got the stamina. Grigory Menashkin is on mat number 2 up against Shadi El Nahas of Canada. Haven't seen him before. Yeah, and the Spanish, you know, always prepare, you know, good fighters.
Yes,
so
definitely.
this is
They've
a good,
always
good
had
effort
to,
from
yeah.
Wallace here.
I know Wallace, well, she got a silver medal in the Oceania Championships this year, and so that's the second year she's had 2 Oceania Championship medals. The previous one was back in 2016, so there was a gap in between, but definitely doing extremely well out here with but we always get this feeling that the tying up of the belts and tidying up of the gi could be the result of the contest finishing, and third and final shido might go to Wallace. And there you have it. She was gripping on the same side of the lapel, didn't act quick enough, and obviously it cost her another shido. But someone definitely to look out for, because like we were saying, she's actually got a good size, shape, and suits that weight category quite nicely.
Right, who have we got coming up next then? Otto Imala of Switzerland faces Lino Veliz of Mexico. It's Imala in the white judogi, Veliz in blue. Under 100 kilo category for men, round 1. Imala with a nice grip there, left-sided Uchimata, almost had Veliz going over. No score, just the single shido against Veliz at the moment. Just sizing Veliz up, isn't he, Imala? There's another look at it, and combination almost bringing his man down. Uchimata, then a thought about the Kouchi to the rear, didn't quite come off. Huge red dragon in the background there, on a green and white background. I wonder what that is. Well, Imala eventually catching Valise. Rosari with a minute and a half left to go. He thought about going around the back for the Tanio Toshi, did Valise, but just stayed in there for a little bit too long and put himself in a poor position from which Imala was able to come up with the Uchimata for the score. And now a second score from Otto Imala brings Lino Valise down onto his side. Wazari Awazeti Ipon, and it'll be a Swiss fighter to go through to round 2 of the under 100 kilo category. Coming up next, Aaron Farah of Austria faces Giuliano Lopocchio of Italy. It's Farah in the white judogi, Lopocchio in blue. Yeah, got to be careful with the pronunciations of the Italian names in particular. I know Elisabetta Frattini, my colleague, will be hot on that, and I don't want to slip up there. Lopocchio picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. Well, I've got someone who's a little bit closer as well. Freddie's on hand. He'll sort me out if I get anything wrong. We have said Lopocchio in the past, but that's not correct. Lopocchio. Yeah. We are sorry in advance for any butchering of names that may take place during the broadcast, but given the volume of countries and the thousands of players from the countries that we have, I'm sure you'll forgive us the odd error from time to time. Not quite able to come up with the Te was up for the score, but he was threatening. I think he went on to his front. Lubomir Peter of Australia is just going to have a little look at this one. Well, actually, it's his colleagues that are having the look. The referee in the middle just has to wait for the instruction as to whether or not there was any landing on the scoring part of the body. I don't think so. There may also be a question of whether there was a direct bear hug, but that didn't come into it either. So we continue with 3 minutes left to go. Over onto one side. Really nice pickup. That was absolutely super. Terrific work there. Aaron Farah, big right arm over the back. There was the lift. From the second that the lift began, you have to forget how long he has his arm over on one side and how long he has his hand on the belt. That doesn't come into it once the attack starts. So when the arm goes over, you got a second, I suppose, to launch the attack. Once that attack is launched, you are in the process of attacking. You can leave out how long you've got your arm on the belt then, because the attack is underway. I hope that makes that one clear. Daniel Dyshev of Bulgaria faces Nathaniel Kiev of the United States of America. It's Dyshev in the white judogi, Kiev in blue. Good morning to everyone who, if you're just joining us, coming up to 10 past 11 here in Cancun. Some of you maybe have had other things to do this morning and maybe just joining us, but we've been underway for a little over, what, when did we get underway? 10:30, so about 40 minutes or so. You haven't missed a great deal. We're still in round 1 of the under 100 kilo category. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Kiev doing the chasing at the moment as Dichev goes low, right-sided with an attempted Marote Seonage, but it doesn't come off. Busy time coming up on the IHF Judo World Tour. We've got 3 back-to-back events. Tashkent, The Hague, and then Osaka. Ojigari attempt from Dichev, and it brings Kiev down onto his right side, gives up Wazari. Well, he took away the score, obviously thought that on reflection it wasn't quite worth the Wazari, so Kiev still in this one. Although it looks as though he may be struggling with the Osaikomi now. Well, just about managed to hang on there did Dichev, and it's a win in Newaza for the Bulgarian. He goes into round 2. Let's just have a quick look and see. Yeah, 2 rounds, a quarter-final, semi-final. Ramadan Darwish will face Otto Imala of Switzerland, and it'll be Aaron Farah of Austria to face Daniel Dichev in round 2. Still early days yet. Right, coming up next, Luca Kunchabo of Romania faces Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil. It'll be Kunchabo in the white judogi, Buzzacarini in blue. Well, it could be that after this contest we'll go down to mat 2, but after this one we'll have a look at this, because we've got a few changes in weight, which is really unusual. Down on mat number 2 we've got an under 100 kilo category contest taking place. Then we're going to have one contest in the plus 100, one contest in the plus 78, and then we're going to go back to round 2 of the under 90 kilo category. So you get plenty of variety if you want to watch mat 2. There's plenty going on down there, and as soon as this one is finished, or if the plus 100 kilo category contest starts before, then we'll go down there and take a look at that. Attempted Makikomi, but it was a tired and poor thought out effort from Luca Kunjabo. Really never got into that one. Buzzaccarini making hard work of this. A player of his quality should really be able to step up, take control of this kind of situation. He goes over for the cross grip and then changes it. Well, kind of overreached himself there with that attempted Osodagari. No scorers yet. Single Shido against Rafael Buzzaccarini. Makikomi effort from the Romanian, and he comes up with Wazzari. Well, oh, sleepyhead today. Rafael Buzzaccarini should never have been caught in that position. Not sure what has got into the Brazilian this morning, but here comes the Makikomi again, and this time almost catches Kunzabo, which is what he should have done the first time round. He was slow to react and went over. Well, the only thing that they can be looking at here is whether there is any score for Buzzaccarini. I don't think so. It was too slow. Oh, they may be looking at the possibility of Ippon for Kunjabo for that technique, because Buzzaccarini, in attempting to avoid going on his back, put both elbows down, and they give Ippon for that. So he's skating on thin ice here, Buzzaccarini. Nope, they've left that. He was lucky. Now he's going to have to pick things up. A bit more urgency required from the Brazilian. So much better than the performance that he's giving at present. Yeah, well, you know, we know Buzzaccarini can do it. Just a question of being reminded that he has to put himself out. It's just not going to happen for him. He has to make it happen. Low left side, Ippon Suyanagi brings Buzzaccarini level now with Kunjabo. And we've got 40 odd seconds left to go. Wake up call that Kunjabo gave to Buzzaccarini. Oh, he just collapsed there, didn't he? Orlando Cruz, the referee, called mate, but he'll give Luca Canzabo a penalty for a false attack. He's only picked up the one penalty. 20 odd seconds left to go. I suspect, however, that Buzzacarini is going to throw him a second time. Seven seconds left in normal time. I say normal time because this gives every sign of going into golden score. Second penalty, false attack, and then we go into golden score. So as we go into the golden score period, Canzabo is actually at a disadvantage now, having led for most of the contest. Buzzacarini then came back with Buzzari, and Canzabo has picked up a second penalty. Immediately after this contest, we'll go down to mat 2. Tired looking effort from Buzzacarini there. Well, it just took some time before Buzzacarini showed his class. Two scores for Rafael Buzzacarini in a performance that he is likely not to want to review. He came out the winner, but in all honesty, he had a bit of a struggle. Right, let's go down to mat number 2. Let's take a look and see what's happening with Francisco Solis of Chile. He's up against Sergio Del Sol of Mexico. It's Solis in the white judogi, Del Sol in blue. This is round 1 of the plus 100 kilo category, and as I said a little bit earlier on, if we stay here, then we're going to see 3 weight categories in fairly quick time. We'd been watching the under 100 kilo category on mat 1. There was another round of the under 100 kilo category going on down here. We just missed seeing that, but it's Solis who leads by Wazari. Del Sol has picked up a single Shido, and we've got a minute and a half left to go. Left Uchimata from the big man from Chile, but Del Sol is able to get off. That looks considerably smaller, doesn't he, Del Sol, as he picks up a second penalty with a minute and a half left to go. Threatening to go over on the left side with Osodagari. He's got a good size. Nice Sasei Tsurikomiyashi effort from Solis. He's got a little bit of movement about him, has Solis, for a big fella. They tend to be slightly pedestrian in their movements, but Solis is showing a little bit of tempo. slip there by Del Sol, almost put him in a bad position. Well, he thought about the arm lock, but he had to bail out of it in the end. Just didn't have the kind of execution to bring that one off. So a single score of Uzari was enough for Francisco Solis to get past Sergio Del Sol of Mexico. It's Solis of Chile who goes in to round 2. It's not a big group, but there's some useful fighters in here. Solis will now face Maciej Szanaszki of Poland in round 2. Okay, well, the reason that we're down on mat number 2 is because we've got a variety of weight categories down there. Of the 5, I think we've got 3 on mat 2, and we're going to get a chance to see now the former world and Olympic champion Idalis Ortiz of Cuba. She faces Eleonora Geri of Italy. Is it Geri or Jerry? Geri. No, Jerry. Jerry. Okay, there you are. The second one, yeah. Eleonora Geri of Italy. It's Ortiz in the white judogi, Geri in blue. This for a place in the quarter-final, given that the numbers are not that big in this weight category. Yeah, it must be a daunting task for the Italian to have to come out and face someone of the quality of Idalis Ortiz.
Well, Idalis Ortiz, she's had this year, she's actually got stronger and stronger this year for me. Her performances. There was a time that she was really, she was going down. There was a few that were actually really challenging her, especially, and she wasn't picking up the same results. But this year, she's been very impressive. I was really impressed with her in the World Championships, and I was surprised to see her here, to be honest, because it's so close since the Worlds for her to come back out into the World Circuit. But nice to see her, and there's no doubt about it, and hopefully those performances will continue. She's obviously the top favourite of taking definitely a place on the podium, but what colour it would be. But for me, based on just the previous couple of competitions that we've seen her, she's capable of taking the gold here in this event. She'll have a few challenges along the way, but as the number 2 seed, she's in a pole position. It's just biding her time a little bit here. We know she's got that Makikomi, and when she can connect through, there's no stopping her. She's got 2, Jerry's got 2 cheaters at the moment. It's not looking too good for her with 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining. We've just gone past the halfway stage. Otis reaches through with that right hand on the lapel. Very strong grip as she works close to the edge of the contest area. Swings through for the Cianagi. Well, the Italian really finding it very difficult to get past this powerful athlete, who's obviously overwhelmed by the situation of being drawn with such a phenomenal player. Drops Cianagi there once more. She catches that arm, looks for the roll. Again, that can be quite effective into the Osakomi. Well, it's the first round of the competition. Ortiz comes in for the Cianagi once more. Still decides not to venture down in the Niwaza. The transition there wasn't obviously available. Now they're asking them to tidy up the gis, and you always get that sense that will this be the third and final Shido that goes to the Italian?
This may not necessarily be a bad thing for Ortiz to have come out against someone, relative unknown, Eleonora Geri of Italy, and spent nearly 4 minutes on the tatami with them. The reason for that is you can do as much warming up as you like, back of house, but it's in the middle that you just need to come out and do a bit. It's not a big weight category.
No.
There's not that many in there. So, she's been out there, she's been in the middle, she's had a bit of a pull, so she should be ready now, because that's straight into the quarter-final.
And she wasn't really challenged too much.
That's the biggest point.
So it is the body getting focused, the brain getting ticking over.
A bit run out.
And to run out for her before she starts coming against the harder seeds here. And she'll be up against Cutro Kelly from the
United States of America, Right, okay, we go back to the under 90 kilo category now. It's the number 2 seed, Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba. He faces Loic Pietri of France. It's Silva Morales in the white judogi, Pietri in blue.
Well, second in the World Championships, a silver medal, and he had a great performance in the World Championships, didn't he? For me, it was really impressive. Straight away comes out, he's very vibrant. Totally dismisses the Frenchman there as he tries to embark in the Niwaza, and picks up the second Shido within the first minute. Now that's not looking very good for Pietri. 3 times world champion, 2 other world medals under his belt in the under 81 kilos. Frenchman has, and has made a transition into 90 kilos quite nicely. He hasn't been really on the scene. He's had 5 international events at this weight category, and this is definitely going to be one of the biggest challenges for him if he can manage to get past this big hurdle. And but for Silva Morales, he'll be really putting his sights set on taking a place, not only winning this event, but at least getting on the top spot of the podium. Najov, the number 1 seed in Pool A. Haven't actually seen him yet. He'll be coming up very soon on match number 1. using his feet quite nicely. Silva Morales working his way down into the knee waza as he stumbles Pietri into the ground. So 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. Pietri's starting to look a little bit apprehensive there. He doesn't seem as confident at this moment engaging with this big man. He's quite a tall character for this weight category, and he overshadows the Frenchman quite considerably. Very, very power as he blocks Pietri's Sianagi, dismisses it totally. Silva Morales very nimble on his feet, light, sharp reactions. Kosota attack there, perseveres with it. Almost walked on to the Sianagi of Pietri, but follows it through down into the knee waza, looking for the shimmy waza there. He's got the leg, and I'm not quite sure if he's placed it correctly under the chin for the shimmy waza. The strangle there, but definitely punished him down there, there's no doubt about it. Again, very light on his feet. Silva Morales looking very confident as he catches the lapel, throws the arm over the top. Those long limbs seems to be causing a few problems for the Frenchman. Comes in with a Sianagi, totally dismissed by Silva Morales, who then tries to come in once more with the Ouchigari. Well, 8 seconds before we venture into golden score. 2 Shidos on the board for Pietri, and he is finding it difficult to come back here, to find some solution against such a vibrant but aggressive approach of the Cuban. Pietri in the golden score decided to stand his ground there as Silva Morales throws the left hand onto that shoulder, controls it quite nicely. Pietri overstretched himself with what to be the Kouchigari, and Silva's very slow to react for the Niwaza, but nevertheless attempted it. Crucial match for both these athletes. They lose at this stage, they're out of the competition. No comeback for a repechage match.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate when you've got 2 high-powered competitors who, for whatever reason, end up having to face each other before you get to the business end. You know, that for me, that's the quarter-final. Because you lose there, you've still got a chance. Whereas here, you're out. A little over a minute left to go. 2 penalties picked up by Pietri. Silva Morales will not have faced Pietri before.
He doesn't seem to be too phased with him though as well. He's dominated this contest throughout. The Kosota, beautifully done. This time it worked. He'd been threatening that attack right through the whole contest. His Asiwazas were they were very nice and very precise, and Pietri, I think, just run out of steam and power to resist it in that golden score.
Well, we were talking about him having moved up, Pietri that is, from under 81 kilos. He's still making his way.
Yes.
I think he's got to get used to that extra power.
I think this is his 5th international at this weight category, and within that time he's had 1 medal. It was a gold medal, but it was one of the European Cup tournaments in Sarajevo.
Early days, yeah.
So it's still a lot of work to be done to be up at this level against someone who's already made his mark at number 2 in the world at under 90 kilos, Silva Morales.
Right, coming up next, Colton Brown of the United States of America faces Peter Silk of Slovakia. But we're going to go down quickly to mat number 1 to have a look and see what's happening with Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. He faces Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain. We want to have a look and see what Majdov is up to, given that he was world champion previously. Let's have a look and see how the Serb gets on in round 2. He had a bye in the first round.
Well, this is his first outing here, and Fraser Chamberlain had a first match against the Argentinian Peral. Good warm-up match, but and obviously needed it for the number 1 seed, Majdov. Up first Judo now. It's 1 apiece with just under 3 minutes remaining in this contest. Oh, it's a nice attack.
Close.
Very, very close there. Chamberlain comes down into the Niwaza, and they do a lot of work down there in the ground. So, but whether it's, I think it was on the face there. Yep. Oh, you can see the deep thought there of Chamberlain. Very much focused in this contest. This would be a great win for this young man from Great Britain. It's a tall order, but someone that has actually really started to come into his own and building up in a lot of confidence, as we've seen him in the World Tour. Majdov there with a high collar grip, and well, nice bit of control with the arms there. Could almost there was the Tewaza, and swiftly down into the Niwaza, straight on the attack, was scoring a Wazari. So Chamberlain with 1 minute and 55 seconds, which is a long way to go still. Takes the lead with a Wazari. Chamberlain takes the grip, comes round the back. Sutemi was her attempt there. Another strong attack, moving Majdov. Again, we're at that crucial stage. A loss in this match would be out of the tournament for either one of these competitors. Sianagi there from Majdov. Very fast to react there, and well anticipated by Chamberlain, who now has a high collar grip, controlling the head. Doesn't control the hips too well there, needs to control that sleeve as well as the high collar. Gets drawn down to his knees, and he'll pick up a Shido there. Well, he was in a little bit of bother there. That was very threatening indeed as the hips started to come through. Chamberlain gets in very deep, comes in, turns for what looked to be the Uchimata, didn't have any upper body control. And we're into the last 44 seconds. Cross grip there, Chamberlain attempting a Sutemiwaza Sumigeshi. Well, he's got 2 Shidos on the board. He really has to still stay engaged in this contest. He cannot afford to make any silly errors. Madov not got a grip, but another false attack there. And is it? Well, this will be an absolute shame for Chamberlain if he gets that third and final Shido. Definitely a contest you'd like to see go to time and go with a score. Well, it goes to Majov, and it's like, well, I think they're saying one apiece really. Right, well no, they're saying holding 2 sides of the gi. Majov takes, his tactics backfired on him slightly there, but he's got 16 seconds. He's capable of throwing, and throwing big. Chamberlain really needs to be staying strong and engaged. Uchimata. Chamberlain keeps up with the high collar grip, but he needs to put an attack in. He's defending there, and what a win for Chamberlain. That is an absolute massive surprise there. Majov, the number 1 seed, goes out in the second round against Chamberlain of Great Britain. Well, one of the big upsets of the day so far. But what a scalp for Chamberlain as he goes through to the quarterfinals of the under 90 kilos, and he'll be up against the winners of the next match coming up very soon.
Yeah, the next contest features Cyril Grossklaus of Switzerland. He's up against Mark Odenthal of Germany. It's Grossklaus in the white judogi, Odenthal in blue, and the number 1 seed Nemanja Majdov out in his opening contest of the day. Fraser Chamberlain, as Loretta was saying, with a huge scalp there. Just not happening for the Serb at the moment.
Yeah, well, it was very similar, wasn't it, in the World Championships. He went out with the Frenchman that really gave him a good run for his money, and it was a great match in the World Championships, but very, very similar. Someone young and enthusiastic who's got this energy and just kept playing him at his own game, just being one that little bit more. The speed was there for him, and I think there was Chamberlain who just hit him a little bit just quick. Oh, beautiful Uchimata there. Odenthal straight in. What a start for the German. Well, Shido apiece. The second one now goes to Grossklaus. With still 2.5 minutes remaining. It's a long way to go when you've already picked up 2 Shidos. Odenthal straight off on the grips in the early seconds of this contest. Came in with an incredible Uchimata. Just lost that control, but here again he picks him up around the waist, gets that leverage. Definitely a massive threat here for Grossklaus. who looks so apprehensive in engaging in this contest. Uchimata once more, but this time again he lost. Kimikata lost that control. Got the Kusushi, but didn't really get the finish. Close coming in for Cianagi. A bit of a token gesture of an attack against someone who's been just right on the ball from the beginning. A Tomonagi attempt there. Well, we're coming up to the last minute and a half of this contest. No scorers yet, but a bag full of Shido's been put on the board. And to the disadvantage of Grossklaus. Tomonagi got the lift, just didn't get once more get the finishing touch. We're now into the last minute of this contest. Will it go to golden score, or can Ortenthal put a little bit of a final touch to what we've seen as some impressive moves? And there, a counter-attack gets the leverage. Anticipated well from Grossklaus, who manages to spin out of that counter. Ortenthal hops back off the Ouchigari. Grossklaus coming in for the Makakomi. Just wasn't tight enough, but again a very good strong attack, and there was a couple good attacks there for him. The Ouchigari, and then following it through with the Makakomi. Again, your sacrifice technique there from Ortenthal. Well, he had to put a few in there. He was starting to trail behind on the attacks. Grossklaus with two Shidos on the board. Well, and there you have it. Well, there was the threat all the way from the start to the finish. So no major surprise there in that golden score exchange. Ortenthal takes the win and the place in the quarterfinals, and he'll be up against Chamberlain of Great Britain a little bit later on.
Right, who have we got coming up next then? David Klamert of the Czech Republic is on mat number one. This is round two of the under 90 kilo category. He's up against Yuta Galarreta Villa of Puerto Rico. Sorry, Peru, beg your pardon. Klamert in the white judogi. Galarreta Villa of Peru in blue.
Well, Galarreta Villa looking very nervous out there, as you can see on our screen. defeated Ortega Mendoza of Panama in his first match, so it's not his first entry out here, so you would have thought those pre-match nerves would have been shaken off by now. Clamart defeating the Estonian.
Did he? Grigori? No, Grigori's in the other weight. He's in the under 100 kilo category. Sorry. Which Estonian was it that he beat? Sorry.
Kaljulaid.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Klen Christopher. They'll both skipping to the side, looking to create an opportunity themselves, working on a very fine line on the edge of the contest area. Sumigashi attempt there. Clamart follows through into the Niwaza. A nice start for the Czech. Very, very tightly fought match, both closing in very deep there, not really giving themselves much room for manoeuvring here and of changing of direction. Galarreta Villa there just trying to pressurise his opponent on the edge, but hasn't really come up with much other than being very strong in the kumikata. Clamart doing a little bit more work here, a lot more action coming from Clamart. There's no Shidos at the moment, 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining. I'm still looking to see what Galarreta Villa has to offer. Picks up a Shido. Well, lack of engagement here, but one apiece at the moment, so neither one of them have come to impress the referee. Clamart looking the more lively and creating a few more opportunities for himself out there. He comes around the waist but decides to change inside now on the lapel grip.
Shido apiece, Clamart and Galarreta Villa. 40 seconds left to go. Round 2 of the under 90 kilo category. We'll probably go through this fairly quickly now. Got some big throwers out there. Well, we've had half a minute of golden score. It's a good effort here from Galarreta Villar. Going over on the left side, really threatening Clamart there. That was close.
Well, 2 Shidos apiece. It's been a very tough battle between both these athletes. Very impressed with this young man from Peru, though.
Yeah.
He's put a good battle out here, and such maturity in his judo. He doesn't seem to be phased at all. He came out looking as if he was quite nervous at the beginning, and it wasn't obviously the pre-match nerves, because he'd always had one contest under his belt already, but he just seems to go with the flow. He's got a good feel of judo. He doesn't seem to be rattled at all, and he's got a game plan, and he's sticking to it. And although they're 2 Shidos apiece, he still is a major threat out here. Clamart has been trying everything in his power to win this match, and Galarreta really has just been picking off now and again. When he's got the opportunity, he shows that threat. Again, Clamart comes round the back, tries to get that, and yes, this time he eventually gets it. He just got in that little bit deeper, but he really had to work for this contest. He really had to work for his place in the quarterfinals. There's no doubt about it. That wasn't an easy job there.
Yeah, he kept him around for a lot longer than he would have liked. David Clamart hanging about when really he could have been off and out of there, but the performance from Galarreta Villar was quite something. That was a good effort.
That was really good. Really enjoyed that match. The dynamics were so different. The athletes went into this contest in such a different way. One was giving it all, trying so many different ways to come in and finish the contest, where you had the other athlete that was just right in his time. He didn't seem to be rattled at all, never got out of first gear really, and was just, now and again you would show a glimmer of how dangerous he could really be.
Well, here we go with round 2 of the under 90 kilo category. The next contest, Zachary Burt of Canada faces Victor Ochoa of Mexico. It's Burt in the white judogi, Ochoa in blue, and we'll follow this with round 2 of the under 78 kilo category. So that's what's coming up here on mat 1. Well,
Ochoa, you can see with the left hand there on the lapel, trying to block Ochoa's right side. Got his hand all caught up there. As you can see, Ochoa's got that sleeve grip, and he's controlling it quite nicely, so he does have the upper hand of controlling the pace of this contest, but at this particular moment. But Kosota beautifully attacked there. Wazari, well, they've given it an upon. Well, right, well, downgraded to Wazari, so Zachary Burt takes the lead there. Nice technique, good start so far for the contest. Ochoa, strong grip there in the inside on the lapel, but coming up under. But as you can see, both now picking up a Shido with just that very grip, just more controlling than actually attacking at this moment. Surprised that Zachary Burt has got that based on that grip, and he's just actually thrown for a Wazari that he almost gave it upon, and picks up very swiftly in a Shido. Ouchigari, again another impressive attack, and piling more pressure on the Mexican. Haramakikomi nicely executed there, just falls short of getting a score.
Yeah, this time Bert manages to finish off.
Well, that was definitely, well, he started the right way right from the beginning. He totally dominated this match, and so no major surprises here, seeing that excellent finish as it takes him into the quarterfinals. And now we have Natalie Powell up here in the under 78 kilo category, the second round in the white, and she's up against Ferrari of Italy in the blue. Natalie Powell came into this competition 18 athletes and the number 1 seed. Dominating here, but getting drawn to the edge by Valerie Ferrari at the edge of the contest area, putting a little bit of pressure on herself. Needs to rotate herself out of that, but Ferrari doing really well of pressurising her on there with the Ouchigari. But Natalie Powell comes in for the Makikomi. Valerie Ferrari picking up a few medals along the way this year. The latest one was in Madrid at the European Open, where she picked up a bronze medal. In general, the Italians are quite feisty little fighters. They're quite aggressive in their approach, but when it comes to aggression, she's really up against it and matching here with Powell. Powell won a bronze medal back in 2017. Sadly didn't perform to the best of her ability. But disappointed in her performance at the World's just gone in Baku, and be out here to just hit the road running and pick up these valuable points on offer for the Olympic qualification. Well, Ferrari picks up the first Shido now. Still a minute and a half remaining in this contest, but Ferrari giving Powell a real run for her money out here. Good strong grips, as you can see, drawing Powell's head down as she enters in for the Sutemi Waza. Powell manages to keep very rigid there, not to go over on that attack. Second Shido goes now to Ferrari again. So this really is an all or nothing situation. Ferrari really has to try and get rid one of that. One thing she's got to do is get rid of that high collar grip if she wants to have any sort of a chance of trying to dominate this contest. She's matched her as far as the gripping power and movement here, but definitely the control of the pace of this contest is going to Powell. She comes in for that Makakomi. Doesn't seem to have a little finishing touch to it, but she's strong on her approach. High collar grip, which is controlling Valerie Ferrari. She tries desperately. Oh, Chigari, nice attack there. Scoring her was Ari. And nicely timed as well, with 32 seconds remaining. Well, this was a first match for both these athletes. A direct move into the second round for both of them, but only one will get through to that quarter-final stage, and a crucial point in the contest, because that means you've got to, if you lose in the quarterfinals, you get an opportunity in the repechage. Well, a poor judgment there, drawn down into the edge of the contest area. A bit of a false attack there, and I think possibly, well, they're letting that ride with just seconds remaining. Powell stays firmly in the lead, but picks up one Shido for disengaging there. So Powell of Great Britain goes through into the quarterfinals, the under 78s.
Well, in that first quarter-final, Natalie Powell will face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Samantha Suarez of Brazil and Laia Talan of Spain. It'll be Suarez in the white judogi, Talan in blue. And stay here, because coming up after that, Takayama Rika of Japan will be facing the former junior world champion Bernadette Graf of Austria. And the Austrians have been having a good time of it this weekend. 2 gold medals already. They top the medal table.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, if Bernadette Graf wins today, the Austrians will top the medal table. I can't see another country now coming up.
And you know what, Bernadette Graf is capable of doing that. She's a great athlete.
She has an exceptionally tough first round contest against Takayama Rika. They both had byes into round 2, so although it's a round 2 contest, it'll be their opening contests of the day. We shall see. Takayama Rika is seeded number 4. As far as I know, she's the only Japanese fighter.
It's the only one I've come across so far,
Maybe she was on holiday out here or something.
Oh, I'm just wondering,
with her, you know.
Maybe if that's the case, that she was in sort of this area, that just thought that she would have a go. Going on holiday with a judo kit, well, that's impressive. Well, Talon picks up the first Shido for Spain. Suarez, as you can see there, with the left hand on the lapel. Switch it now with the right high collar grip. Very strong with the kimikata, but hasn't followed it up with anything at this moment. Just playing a bit of a waiting game here. Comes in with a little ouchigari, but really no commitment into finishing it. Steps across once more, another show of a technique, but at this moment just a little bit of a show going on. both picking up a Shido piece, which means Talon has 2 Shidos now, and we're just along at the halfway mark. Not ideal for the Spaniard. Suarez, again, nothing shaking her here. She's got the good strong kumikata, controlling, steps across for look to be the Taitoshi there. Talon tried desperately to counter on that exchange. Uchimata from Talon. An exchange with the Ouchigari from Suarez, who works on the edge quite nicely and drops in there for out of sight under her opponent for the Cianagi. Sasai attempt. Talon falls onto her front. Suarez comes down. Not quite sure what she's hoping to achieve in the Niwaza. Very little from this angle. And 45 seconds remaining. Still no score from either one of these, which is quite a surprise at this moment. Again, Suarez looking a little bit flat out there. She comes in with the Cianagi though. Moves Talon. Again, another strong attack from the Brazilian, and possibly the last attack she needs to do in this contest. And there you have it, the third and final Shido, and Suarez goes through to the next round, the quarter-final stage of the under 78s, and she'll be up against Natalie Powell of Great Britain in that quarter-final.
Right, coming up next on map 1, Takayama Rika of Japan faces Bernadette Graf of Austria. It's Takayama in the white judogi, Graf in blue.
Well, it says the only Japanese participating in this competition, which is always a big surprise because they normally come with a big entourage. Quite a large team, Japan do. Kojigari, beautifully executed, follows through very quickly and transitioning into the Niwaza. Well, that's a great start there for Takayama.
Yeah, just the one fighter for Japan, Takayama. And Ueno Yoshia, the coach in the chair. I think it's just the pair of them here then.
Be interesting to know why there's only just the one, and see why she's here.
What's the thinking behind that?
Yes,
then?
what's the choice behind making this one of her events? I'm sure you'll be finding out very soon.
Well, I'm going to have a look at the IJF World Ranking List, because that normally gives you an idea of where a particular fighter is in the pecking order in Japan, and she's down at number 4. As far as the Japanese are concerned, there are 3 ahead of her: Hamada Shori, Sato Ruika and Umeki Mami, 2 of whom have been, or have been. Oh, she gets caught there, Graf.
Oh, Graf really went over there, and a nice score there in securing the Osakomi.
Not going to get out of that.
No, definitely not. Takayama takes the win and goes into the quarter-final stages out of Pool B. And just because of that stage, Graf goes out of the competition, so the chances of picking up a medal there for Austria after a great run so far for the Austrian team.
Came out of that with a bit of a sore neck, so the landing wasn't that good. Yeah, Takayama, she's there or...
Well, she's got a few points, but she is quite a
long way off
a long way
the
when
top
the
two,
top
Hamada
two when
Shuri.
you see,
Yeah. And the problem for someone like Takayama is that she's number 4 in a group where their number 1 is the current world champion. She ain't going anywhere, you know.
No, so it'd be
strange.
Interesting to know why she's here.
On the mat now, Beata Pakut of Poland is up against Nicole Stout of the United States of America. It's Pakut in the white judogi, Stout in blue. Nicole sporting a new hair colour. Can't see because she's hidden at the moment by Beata Pakut. She is indeed, yeah.
Nice technique there from Pakut. Uchimata follows it through, now looks to dig away under the waistline there as she rotates over the top. Will she go around the front? Well, nicely she goes round to the top. Oh, and there we see that really unorthodox hold, so effective, and she turns Nicole Stout over like a wee baby.
Who did we see that with? Wasn't it Nikolic?
Nikolic that did that one, not yesterday.
Day before yesterday,
Day before yesterday.
Put the squeeze
that was
on
very,
someone,
very nice, wasn't it? And it is such an effect. Well, you can imagine your head being tucked forward, the strain it's got on your shoulders and your neck in that position for that length of time. Not a comfortable place to be in.
It's really funny because it is Kezigatami
reversed
with like underneath, isn't it?
Normally you come under, like what they class it as the scarf hold, so it wraps in the right direction around the neck, but what it is, it's wrapping around the throat and back.
Yeah.
So it's front forward to the back, which means that you're levering the head up rather than levering it down.
Most uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable.
Right, on mat number 1, round 2 of the under 100 kilo category. Ramadan Darwish of Egypt faces Otto Imala of Switzerland. It's Darwish in the white judogi, Imala in blue.
Well, Darwish had a bye, comes into this competition as the number 1 seed, and 5th in the World Championships just recently. Wanting to put himself, as he's in a very good position as a number 1 seed, to get himself up on that podium. Darwish trying to come over the top of his opponent. Very strong gripping styles there. Oh, Chigari there for Imala. Nicely done. Very threatening attack there. Got that left hand on the lapel. The elbow popped up a bit high there as he tries to rotate the shoulder through and enters in. The elbow popped up in the air with the Uchimata. Doesn't always look them up, but a Koichigak there, beautifully executed, following through. Darwish has got to get a Wazari for that. Well, at the moment he gets nothing. It's a nice attack. Well, obviously the landing on that one was not awarding the Wazari, but nevertheless it was a very strong attack from Darwish, who tries to reach over the top of his slightly taller opponent. He's got a good controlling lapel grip. The left hand comes now and he changes the lapel grip to the sleeve, so he draws down on his opponent's top half. Imala coming in for the Ouchigari, but Darwish now, Sangaku tie up. Looks very strong from this angle. But slips the foot. Doesn't seem to be able to have the power to be able to turn over this big man. He's still working on it. Maybe needs to get the leg furthest away if he can actually reach for it, and just doesn't get the reach as well as oh well. Bit of a bust nose there as he seeks medical attention. Well, it's always difficult for the athletes that's left on the contest area to compose himself.
Yeah, and it's you never know which way it's going to go. Sometimes it's the fighter who goes off, who on return does the business.
Yes.
On other occasions, it's the one who stays there. You know, they seem to be okay, but yeah, it was a bit of a clash, and going to be a bit of tidying up to be done now.
Darwish has started off really well. He has dominated this match, and he was on a bit of a roll there as he was going into the Niwaza, and he had the advantage, the real advantage against his opponent. You can see the
sweat dripping off him.
They maybe mop up as well as the blood, the sweat that's on there. Yikes.
Really, it's just dripping off him. 2 and a bit minutes that they were out there have taken its toll. Well, at least as far as the heat is concerned. Of course, we know it's hot here, but
it is well air conditioned, the arena itself. And
we've tried not to mention the weather because we've had a few comments.
Well, we've had the comments because you lot put in photographs of the beach and things like that when you go back to the hotel, which is very impressive.
Well, I haven't posted a single photograph of being on the beach.
Neil Adams has.
Neil has.
He
loves
just
those
loves
things,
rubbing it in.
Right, we're back underway with Ramadan Darwish and Otto Imala of Switzerland. There's no score. We're inside the last minute. It's round 2 of the under 100 kilo category.
Change of direction there. Darwish once more heads down into the Niwaza. The Sangaku, but this time just doesn't secure and catches that head this time.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of going away and working and posting pictures of being on a beach. I also find that, not really appropriate. I'll just wait until I go home and I'll post them from there.
I do, but it's a very different beach look from where I live.
Last few seconds then, still no score. Nice attack.
Beautifully done. Ouchigari there.
Just managed to turn onto his front. I'm going to give Darwish the benefit of the doubt that he felt that coming because he was airborne for quite some time.
Oh, that was a scary moment there for Darwish. He dominated it and this is where we go back to just what you said with that pause. sometimes the athlete that he's got the nosebleed again. He's back off the mat. Maybe he thinks that's a winning ingredient. The last time he went off and came back, he almost thrown Darwish.
This is it. You know, he won't be able to go off
again after this. It's only 2 visits for the same injury.
For the same injury, yeah. Some of the staff sitting quite close to us are being given things to eat, and they look rather appetising, given that I'm starving.
Did you not have your breakfast?
I was ejected from the breakfast room this morning.
Why?
I was asked to leave the breakfast room. Apparently I have the wrong colour band. I have a blue band and other. Oh, like you.
I've got the red band.
You've got a red band.
But there was a message saying you did need to change it, and you haven't done it as yet.
So
you're the naughty boy. So you got.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about naughty. I'm rather going that, you know, when I'm away, you know, working, they should sort it out for me. I'm going to be going down there and spending 2 hours chasing an armband. How long did it take you to change yours then?
A couple of minutes.
Oh, okay then. Well, maybe it's my fault. Darwish is still sweating profusely, taped up. I often referred to him as being taped up like an Egyptian mummy, but he is Egyptian, so it's not surprising, is it? It really is. He hasn't stopped. It's like the dripping tap.
That's the body functioning correctly, though. It's his cooling.
Quite right.
His cooling system working.
Overtime.
Otherwise, he'd have a big. Well, he wouldn't have a big red face, but.
He's one of the nicest fighters on the circuit.
He's a lovely guy.
Darwish, I really like him.
Guy.
Always so quiet. I mean, the guy is huge. 100 kilos is, you know, the heavyweight. The super heavyweights are the plus 100. I like that term.
Super heavyweight
100, and then super heavyweight. Then you know you are really a big guy. Well, he's a heavyweight who could, I suppose, you know, go up. He's not going to go because he's perfectly happy at 100.
He's got the height, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's actually got the size. When you actually look, it's actually quite scary to stand up close beside him. And when you come to the waistline level and you're looking up, he's towering over you, and he's got this lovely big smile.
And he's gentle.
He's such a gentle giant.
Right, well, we'll just have a little bit longer to hang on, I'm afraid, because we really want to see what happens with Darwish and Imala. It is nicely poised. The Swiss fighter is making his way back to the middle now anyway, so let's hope that there is not another stoppage, because if it's for the same thing, then unfortunately he'll be out. Well, there will be another stoppage because we're going to go into golden score. But it's just long enough for Orlando Cruz to wait for the scoreboard to go round. He just made sure that that's okay. Well done, little man. He does look little in between them, doesn't he?
He does.
He's dwarfed in the background.
I mean, most probably is actually quite a good height, but up against these giants, anyone's going to look very little.
They're going to go now. One of these is going to go because Imala has to get it done. And Darwish doesn't want to be around any longer. He's been on the mat for long enough.
He looks like he's fed up now. He hasn't had an opportunity to get away from the mat area. But Imala, for me, he's got that Ouchigari, and he's very, very dangerous with that Ouchigari. It works now this time. He's the one that's dishing it out in the Niwaza. Not for too long, but a little bit of a change of direction of the way who's dominating who in this contest. Up until now, Darwish was the one that really took full control, and other than a couple of glimpses of Ouchigari. Oh, look at that! That was a nice reverse of the Ouchigari.
He won't be able to score because Darwish didn't put his hands down behind him. He sat
down on his backside, so there was no resistance there, and having to brace himself from going onto his back.
Well, I'm surprised that it's gone this long in golden score. Really wants to try and be up on his feet, Imala.
Well, it's the first Shido been awarded, and that goes to Imala. Darwish gets the high collar grip, the left side, pulls on his opponents. He's got that sleeve and he looks, oh yes, what a big throw.
It's massive in the end,
That was a
wasn't it?
massive throw.
Marlowe immediately reaches for his nose.
He froze on the edge of the contest area, didn't he? That was such a big spot on throw, wasn't it? Oso Tagari there. He set it up very nicely on the edge of the contest area, had the high collar grip, he had the sleeve with the right hand, and just bided his time. His hips came in just in line with his opponent's hips, and then turned it into a Makikomi.
Yeah, Osota Makikomi at the end.
A nice finish. He slipped the hand around the head, and the Makikomi was there. Beautifully done. Nice technique.
Aaron Farah of Austria takes to mat number 1 now. He's up against Daniel Dichev of Bulgaria. Farah in the white judogi, Dichev in blue. Farah is a danger man. We may have lost one Austrian, but Farah is a danger man. Dichev picked up a penalty for stepping out. The Austrian coach was making the most of that, but he was quite right. It was a step out from the Bulgarian, just straight step out.
Farah, 2 hands on the belt, one after another, so it'll count. Gets that leverage, and goodness me. Dichev really struggled against that one. That was a real moment there for Farah. Almost had him. Dichev, they're really apprehensive. Is Farah comes trying to get round the back. It's like a bear hug, but it isn't. It's one after another, which is allowed when you're coming in so close under the arms. It's so dangerous. Farah comes round the back of the arm. Loves the close approach to his opponent. Gets him very deep. Again, 1 arm, 2 arms. Oh, what a throw. Oh, that was an ouch moment. No doubt about it. He showed it what he was capable of doing in the opening seconds of the contest, and once more he did it. He got 1 arm round the back, then the second arm came through, got the leverage with the knee, and then just buried him.
Well, if Chuchi threw beautifully with Ippon yesterday and showed some finesse, here we're just seeing real brute force. What a lift.
Oh, brilliant. Nagi, over he goes. That is definitely one that you go, oh, that was sore.
Highlights package.
That was a sore.
For sure. On the mat now, Joachim Dvabi of Sweden faces Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil. It's Dvabi in the white judogi, Buzzacarini in blue, and we'll see whether Buzzacarini has woken up yet, because in his previous contest he did take a little bit of time to get going.
Yes, he did. He was very slow to react. But I keep saying this for the past couple of days, that the Brazilians, we're expecting so much from them. They've got beautiful judo. They're normally really feisty in their approach. Lots of bags of energy, and the lightness in their judo. They move so elegantly, but they seem very flat. And although they have the judo, which still makes them very threatening, they just don't have that spark for me. And he was a typical example of that in the earlier round. Zuccarelli there, as you can see, he's got the right hand on the lapel, he's got the left hand on the sleeve, controlling very nicely, turns the shoulder in, tries to get the reaction from his opponent, Devabi. Really getting too much, but there's the Marotti Cianagi, nicely entered. Devabi, Sweden, comes through over the top, trying to get the rotation there. One leg's hooked in. And Devabi there, well, we're giving him an epon instead of a penalty. Sutemi was her attempt, Tomonagi. Head-to-head clashing here. A little bit slower now in the pace. Zuccarini, you can see, trying to set it up. He's got that right hand on the lapel. He's using his feet to get a reaction. And he's got a strong sleeve grip. Devabi attempt an attack but falling flat on his face. I think he'll pick up a Shido for that. It looked a bit of a false attack, but he gets away with it this time. Yoko Tomonagi attempt from Devabi. A little bit more of a lively Brazilian there as he comes in for the Makikomi. Continuation of that roll. But catches the legs, so to avoid the Niwaza transition.
Single Shido.
Oh, yes.
Oh, good turn.
Nice. Good Ogoshi there. Beautifully done. But it looked like it was sort of falling down to rescue it at that pinnacle point. At that time, I didn't think he was going to get it. But the power of the man to be able to get the turn in such slow motion as well.
Really did, yeah.
That was a really good attack. And scoring Wazari and the win.
Well, we're going to stay on mat number 1 because coming up after Laurin Burla and Filip Galandi, we're going to have Lukas Kopalek of the Czech Republic. He'll be up against Mircea Kraitoru of Romania. So let's stick around here. Laurin Burla in the white judogi, Filip Galandi in blue.
Well, good strong grip there from Buller straight off. Galandi again with a high collar grip. Sutemi was her attempt there from Galandi. Well, it was a strong attack. Both playing a very dangerous game on the edge of the contest area. Well, very strong gripping styles here from both these athletes, tying themselves up a little bit in knots here. Really doesn't really allow much opportunity for maneuvering and getting a real reaction to be able to enter into an attack. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, and still very little of a threat from either one of them, other than being very, very strong. Well, there we have poor drop there, and Bola of Austria takes the first Shido. Now this might change the dynamics of the contest slightly. There's a bit of a warning for the Austrian, but definitely not a major threat as yet. Pick up the second one, then we're talking of a different scenario, and then obviously a different way of having to approach this contest if to stay in. We're at that crucial point at the moment that if they lose in this round, they've got no other option of going through for the repechage and a bronze medal. They will be out of the tournament. And the German Galandi going in for that Cianagi. Slightly misjudged on it, and referee felt that it was a strong enough attack to let him get away with it. Got to be careful though on those. Nice turnover. Referee calling mate. Landed with the Osotogari, Ippon showing with the upper body, and then switched it nicely to the Osotogari. Galandi looking for that right hand to go high on the collar, along with his opponent, both opting for very similar gripping styles. Galandi hooking in there, but doesn't hook in for long enough, gets the lift though. Bola, very powerful man, as I've already shown that a few times. Those big lifts, is capable of taking him right up off his feet. With 47 seconds remaining, it's still neither one of them are closer to getting themselves into that quarter-final stage. Right hand being thrown up, but quickly dismissed off the collar of Galandi, who comes in for a Makikomi under a little bit of pressure here now. Half a minute remaining in this contest. No change from here. And we'll be going into golden score. Neither one of these athletes really would like to... Oh, what an uranagi there. Beautifully done. Bola. Well, they've put a Wazari up on the board, but taking it off very quickly there. The winner of this will be up against the Brazilian Buzzacarini a little bit later on. Well, a bit of a false attack there's attempt of a Sutemi Waza. But now we're coming on to golden score. Galandi trying desperately to turn his opponent over. Not only is his opponent very, very strong in the defence, but after 4 minutes battling away with this strong opponent, doesn't have the energy. Bola coming in. Well, both of these athletes are starting to flag a little bit now, looking very tired. Galandi picking up his second Shido here. Osoto attempts, but trying to escape from the threat of the counter. Could have put him in a lot of trouble there. Two Shidos to one, 35 seconds in golden score. Both athletes extremely tired out here now. It really is about who can dig in deep and who's gutsy enough. So the attempt there, Bola coming in very deep, and yes, a continuation of that roll will give him the Wazari. And Bola takes the win and goes in after 1 minute of golden score into the quarter-final stage.
Yes, unfortunate for Philip Galandi. Looked good up until that point. In the golden score period, you know, it's the narrowest of margins, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I think it was the result that we were looking at right at the beginning, because right from the beginning, Bola came out and he was firing. He came in for a big attack, a big lift that Galandi got a real wake-up call and was managing to control that throughout. But there was a glimpse of what the Austrian was capable of doing, and in that golden score it was just the tiredness that started to creep in. And although it was a very slow entry, it was a very precise, very strong entry, and he continued on that roll. So definitely someone that looked like he was hungrier right at the beginning of that contest.
Well, we've been waiting to see Lukas Kapalik, and here he is. It's the Czech fighter in the white judogi, Mircea Croitoru of Romania in blue.
Well, Kripalik is starting to look a real contender in there and comfortable in this plus 100s now. It's taken him a wee while, I think. We're early stages when he moved up from under 100s to the plus. He started off well, but then he was becoming very known, and that size needed to be built, and he's starting to look a big athlete out here, and his Niwaza is still phenomenal, isn't it? He was good in the under 100s. He looks even better here in the plus.
Too sharp for the big guys.
Yes.
The tempo and the pace that Kapalik can bring to these sort of matchups just give him the edge.
and he's still got that speed, and that transition is very, very sharp.
Into the quarterfinal goes Lukas Kopalik. He'll face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Daniel Allerstorfer of Austria. He faces Jose Cuevas of Mexico. It's Allerstorfer in the white judogi, Cuevas in blue. A place in the quarterfinal and a head-to-head with Lukas Kopalik is the prize for the winner of this contest.
Well, that's another name that I like, Allerstorfer. I love the sound of that. Got a nice ring to it. Oh, a Makakomi attempt there, but he lands on his face there, the Austrian. Cuevas making his debut here for Mexico. First match, had a bye in the first round. Most probably was quite happy about that, but Allerstorfer there coming in with the Oso Tagari, just showing a little bit what he's got. Wants to get a settling in there with the grip first before he really commits to the rear. Has the controlling lapel grip, which is causing the Mexican a few little problems out there. Really hasn't been able to overcome the power of this Austrian. High collar grip, keeps drifting up high, controlling quite nicely. Allerstorfer now adds a little bit more pressure to the Mexican by picking up a Shido. Well, now Allerstorfer, as you can see, has got the lapel grip. He changed direction. Didn't get as much rotation off that attack, but still a very strong movement. Again, a battle of the Kimikata. Lapel, sleeve, very traditional gripping styles from both of these athletes. Allerstorfer controlling the pace and the movement. Comes in for a forward attack there, but the Mexican totally dismisses. Cuevas gets a second Shido now, which puts him under a lot of pressure at this moment. With 1 minute and 21 seconds remaining. High collar grip from Allerstorfer. Controls nicely on the edge of the contest area. Doesn't really seem to have to do much in this contest at the moment other than really control the pace of it. Kosota, good combination. Again, more and more pressure on the Mexican as he steps off the contest area. Well, the referee's going to let that one ride a little bit more, but for Cuevas, it's really not looking very good out there for him. However hard he's trying, a Sasai attempt there, but he loses total control and his balance. Cuevas is making a really good effort here to stay engaged in this contest. There's no score at this moment. We're half a minute remaining now in the contest. Can Allerstorfer, though he's been threatening, get a score at the latter stage? Because neither one of them would really like to go into this golden score. Extra minutes out there battling away will be very challenging for both athletes. Ochigari, and yes, there you have it. On the second remaining, Alistoffer takes a Wazari with the Ochigari and a place in the quarter-final. He'll be up against Kripalik a little bit later on, so that'll be a very interesting match. But the way Lucas Kripalik is competing today, he's looking on form, and that's going to be a very tall order, very tough hurdle to ride.
Coming up next, Tamerlan Bashaev of Russia faces Alexis de Leon of Mexico. It's Bashaev in the white judogi, de Leon in blue. I had a chat with Bashaev yesterday. He speaks really good English. He's actually the translator for the team.
Is he really?
Well, not official, you know, but
he helps them out.
Yeah, they all look to Tamerlan to come up with the answers if there's anything that needs doing. For example, if you needed to get the right colour band, I'm sure that, you know,
he'd be able to help you out.
Be able to help you out. You know?
Well, Bashaev, he always looks a very young-faced Russian, doesn't he? He's got that baby look, which you don't normally say that about Russian athletes. They look really hard-faced. They've got that very strong, hard-looking body as well. But Bashaev looks a very soft, gentle giant.
He is. He really is. He's very, very pleasant. Nice to chat with. Nice all-round guy. I remember when he threw Guram Tushishvili of Georgia with a second left on the clock. 1 second left on the clock to upset the Georgian. There was a bit of, you know, controversy over it, because the Georgians were claiming that the technique didn't, just like that.
So deep, beautifully
just like
done.
that.
Oh, and how agile was he? Very, very sharp. Came right under his opponent's centre of balance, and the power that was generated through that attack was superb.
There you go.
Ah, yes.
Carbon copy, isn't it? You know,
nice.
Same technique that he wrapped up Guram Tushishvili, the current world champion.
Yeah.
Sorted him out. I wonder when we'll get to see them again next.
Oh, I'm sure it won't be too long. Well, now we have coming up Figueiredo of Ecuador in the white. Figueiredo of Brazil in the blue. Lovely Cianagi there from the Brazilian. Guerrero takes the first grip, controls with the sleeve, but as you can see, the Brazilian got the high collar grip, drawing his opponent's head down, trying to get a good reaction, steps across for the Osotogari, and then follows straight in to the Osokomi with the Kezagatami. Well, nice little bit of judo there, but wasn't managing to secure the Osokomi. Great opportunity missed there. Figueroa coming in for the Uchimata. He's got the right hand tucked in nicely into the lapel. Slightly being blocked there from the Brazilian. He comes up high in the collar to try and draw Figueiredo's head. Nice counter there. Wazari for the Brazilian. A good comfortable lead with 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. Definitely a slower pace than what we've seen in some of the heavyweights, but come to expect that. But when they do accelerate, there's a lot of power that can be generated from them, and a great finish in some of these techniques that they put in. Cianagi there from the Brazilian, finds himself in the receiving end of some niwaza. As you can see, Figueiredo trying to work on that arm. Oh, beautiful Cianagi entry. Very sharp indeed. And we've still got 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. It's a lifetime out there for these athletes. And it's been a good pace that they've kept to in this contest, the second round in the plus 100s, the super heavyweights of this tournament. Attempt of an Uchimata there, followed and returned by a Cianagi movement. Good exchange of techniques, but for the Brazilian, a little bit of a false attack, the referee felt, and he picks up his first Shido. Figueroa coming in for the Uchimata. Returned by the Makikami Komi from the Brazilian. Figueiredo, high collar grip once more, draws on the head, tries to get the reaction. The hips come across, the leg comes across, and the arm follows through for the Makikomi. Well, we're coming into the last half minute, 25 seconds remaining in this contest. But there you have the Figueroa picking up his second Shido. Uchimata attempts. He's got that lapel grip, but how controlling it is, it doesn't look very controlling from this end, and or powerful enough to be able to extend through on that Uchimata. But we're into the golden score now. Oh no, we're not. We've got Figueiredo with a Wazari. So Brazil goes through to the next round, into the quarterfinal stage. And he'll be up against Bashiev of Russia. So now we are coming to the plus 78s, the super heavyweights for the ladies, and we have Alfaman representing Brazil in white, and up against Williams of the United States of America in blue. Hoffman straight away with a high collar grip. Williams with the arm round the waist, but loses a little bit of control, falls onto her knees, but now the arm lock is there, and Eltham working extremely hard to try and execute that arm lock. Williams finding it very difficult to get out of that predicament, but manages to do so. Well, she obviously got the ippon from there. We couldn't see the referee's reaction or the tapping of that, but Eltham goes through to the quarter-final stage. And now coming up, we have Sarah Adlington.
Yeah, she's up against Xenia Chibisova of Russia. It'll be Adlington in the white judogi, Chibisova in blue. Quarter-final in the plus 78 kilo category. See if she can continue her recent fine performance.
Well,
follow it up here in
Yeah, she had a
Cancun.
very good performance. A 5th place in the World Championships, Adlington. Someone that's been off the boil for some time. She apparently had 3 operations over the past few years, and has now just started to feel like she's coming a little bit more to form. Chibisova, as you can see, quite strong, tall, athletic looking athlete, comes high collar, beautiful attack there, steps right across, scoring a Wazari. Well, that was very powerful indeed, but they've upgraded it to an ippon, so
had that feel about it, I'm afraid.
yes, she was looking very powerful as she came out against Adlington, and that was a nice finishing touch there.
Right, we've got another British fighter taking to the mat now. Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain faces Mark Ordenthal of Germany. It's Chamberlain in the white judogi, Ordenthal in blue. Was it Chamberlain who had a bye in the first round and then beaten Emmanuel Maidov in round 2 to put him in this position?
No, he actually beat the Argentinian in the first round. Then
he had the first round.
Maidov in the second round. It was Maidov that had the bye.
Maidov had the bye.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, 2 wins under his belt already.
Well, it's been a great day for him so far, but
he will score though. Ordenthal, spectacular Uchimata, and a nice push at the end there. Kami Shogatami to finish off.
Well, Ordenthal came out and he beasted it, didn't he? He's been looking very, very sharp indeed today, and would be no surprise if he gets himself into the final.
Yep, into the semi-final goes Mark Ordenthal. I haven't seen him for a bit, Ordenthal, but he's looking on really good form today. David Clement of the Czech Republic faces Zachary Burt of Canada. It's the second of the quarterfinals here on mat number 1.
Well, straight up, Burt takes the first grip. Looks quite strong there, and Clement tries to ruffle him up on that lapel grip that he's got, trying to get that distraction and create an opening for himself. But Zachary Burt not really fazed by that movement, stays very focused and controlled with the grip. Clement trying desperately to reach over the top of the head of Bert. Has to opt for the sleeve grips just under the arm. Comes in for the Makakomi. Bert now comes under the chest there, looking to create that rolling action, catching the arm. But as you can see, the legs all getting tied up there, so restricting that rolling movement for Bert. Once more, Bert's got a good, strong, controlling lapel grip. He's got the sleeve, very traditional. Both of them opting for the same style of gripping. But Bert looks for the Osotogari, turns it into the Makakomi. Doesn't get that little finishing touch, but still a very strong attack against Clement. Clement with the Ouchigari. I should say Bert with the Ouchigari, and Clement battling out of it. Bert's first Shido goes to Bert. So he now chases once more, takes the lapel, double lapel at this particular moment, draws on the head, backs him off to the edge, steps across for the attempt of the Osota, left himself a little bit vulnerable there for the counter. Would most probably have a better option of getting much more of a direct and more controlling grip with the sleeve and the lapel rather than a double lapel.
It's going to be a much quicker day than, you know, days 1 and 2, because we're already up to quarterfinals and repechage. We know a few of the semi-final places already, and it's 1:20, so I'd imagine that in about 40 minutes time we'll be looking at having a bit of a break. I'll be off to that famous eatery for lunch, local down the road. Begins with M. And it's not Mexican, but I'm not going to mention the name. But you know what you get.
It sounds like a Scotsman.
Nice turn coming up here. He lost control of the left arm, did Zachary Burt, or else that would have put him in a good position. I wonder if I think his sister competed yesterday, Emily. Yeah, she had a bit of a rough ride of it at the World Championships. Just felt as though she had, she didn't get the rub of the green. Really unfortunate for her.
Well, in the World Championships there was a lot of highs and lows, wasn't there, for quite a few strong athletes. But these two are battling away here for a place in the semi-final. The winner of this will meet Wattenthal. That's going to be a very tough match indeed, whoever makes the semi-final.
Clement was making a mistake there. He just kept going back, and back. And then there were only two things, well, there were three, I suppose, options for him, all of which were going to result in a Shido. One, he was going to step out. Two, he was going to drop because he was getting pressured. And the third one was he was going to get called for stiff arming. It was the third. Yeah. But all of them were going to be negative. And a simple sidestep, one way or the other, would have removed that.
The problem is when they sidestep, it gives them the opportunity. That's why they're put in that place, and Bert is very clever on that. He works to the edge. He waits for, it's either he'll pick up a Shido for his opponent or he'll be able to throw. It's one or the other he's looking for, and I think Clement was just going for the easier option, the less risky one. Pick up a Shido rather than getting caught with a Wazari or even possibly an Ippon. Makikomi, nicely done. Didn't have the upper body control tight enough to get the full rotation, but we've seen that quite a few times now from Zachary Burke. Clement, high collar grip. Sutemi was it, nicely done. That's got to be a score. Hey.
Terrific Yoko Sutemi was up from
Brilliant.
He pulled that out of nowhere really, because
so
he was
low,
struggling,
wasn't it? Very, very low, and where he found the energy. And for Zachary Burke, he will be devastated with that, because all through this contest he looked in so much control. He looked like he had this almost in the bag, but as we all know, you don't, it's never over until there's a score on the board or a Hansokumaki being awarded. And there you have it. Great win for Clement of the Czech Republic.
Right, we've got the under 78 kilo category quarter-final, the first of the quarter-finals coming up now. Natalie Powell of Great Britain faces Samantha Suarez of Brazil. It'll be Powell in the white judogi, Suarez in blue.
Suarez, for me, started off very, very flat in the first fight against Tallinn. That was a really tough match for her to get through. Natalie stumbles down to the ground off the Ashiwazas. Both very strong athletes in this weight category. Suarez looks to have the stronger of the kumikata. She's got that lapel, unlike Powell, who's got a sleeve grip only at this particular moment. And doesn't seem to be too happy of not being able to get that arm over the top like she normally has, with the high collar and the elbow tucked in. That can create a lot more opportunities for Powell. Suarez controls the sleeve and is causing those problems now. Natalie picks up the first Shido. Suarez once more takes the sleeve, Natalie's left side. Now both opting to drop down on that sleeve grip. Natalie firing that arm over the top, the left hand high onto the collar. Once again, Suarez controls the sleeve, brings it back down. Ouchigari, a nice entry there. Stumbling Powell backwards. Now Natalie Powell gets the high collar grip once more, draws the head down, but leaves herself a little bit vulnerable to the rear with the ouchigari. Second Shido to Powell. Suarez looked like he got a bit of a bump to the face there. Referee giving her just that little bit of time to compose herself. Powell, high collar grip once more. Doesn't connect. And Suarez tactically controlling that left sleeve. Well, it's really been a battle of the kumikata, tactically Suarez knows that by taking that left sleeve of Powell is a good opportunity for not only to frustrate the life out of Powell, but it creates an opportunity for that Ouchigari as she tries to fire the arm over the top. We've seen it a few times from Suarez. She's very, very clever with her feet. She will pick up a Shido though, and there you have it. Comes in the inside, but she's allowed the head to come up, and as you can see, Powell draws the jacket over Suarez's head. I think they're asking them both to tidy up, but just so that it's not a disadvantage to Powell, because as you can see, she got that high grip and all of a sudden Suarez disappeared out of her jacket, and Powell once more gets the left hand on the high collar. She's working the Osotogari. She left herself a little bit vulnerable there. Suarez was ready for the counter as she stepped across for the Osotogari. Turns the back, looking for the Makikomi. Returned with Suarez with the Seoinage. Once more, great combination there, beautifully done. Ouchigari to Seoinage, and Powell goes over for a pon. So Suarez goes into the semi-final of the under-78s.
Yeah, there's a big screen up in the venue, and we can have a look at that.
Oh, it was nice.
Yeah, just a little
nice
Ouchigari tap, and as Powell brings the foot back down, coming off that, she just doesn't sense that going forward is going to be walking on to another technique. Anyway, Takayama Rika of Japan faces Beata Pakut of Poland. It's Takayama in the white judogi, Pakut in blue. There's always the problem with combinations, you know, you need a reaction from your opponent. The first thing is it should be a genuine technique. The result of that technique, how your opponent reacts to that, sets you up for the second. Now, I'm not sure whether Sousa planned that, but she definitely felt that there was a second technique to come, because after the Ouchigari, once that had gone, she was straight in for that low Morote Seoinage. That just two little steps that Natalie seemed to take that put her in that position, and then she was over. That can happen.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice finish. There's no doubt about it. A nice bit of judo.
Well, it'll be Samantha Suarez to face the winner of this one.
And Takayama already came out in the first match firing on all cylinders. Really good, strong approach in the first round. Up against Graf, she just made it look so easy, didn't she? Takayama, as you can see, working away on the edge of the contest area, still trying to set up and control the grips first of all. Want to get a reaction from her opponent. She's only got the one strong sleeve grip now at this moment, but goes for the Sodi, combination of the Koichi, possibly Koichi Gak, but the Sodi arms were there at the exact same time. Ouchigari, Uchimata, Ouchigari combination. Nicely done. A lot of pressure there for Pakut. Coming up to a minute and a half remaining in this contest. Pakut at the moment just surviving out there, but comes in with the Uchimata. Good strong attack there, just off the edge. Takayama just controlling the sleeves now, or controlling one at the moment. One of her sleeves is causing her a few problems. Bit more of a defense there from Pakut, who picks up her second Shido now, and we're coming into the last 45 seconds of this contest. Pakut reaches over, tries to get the high collar grip, totally dismissed by Takayama, who works from the sleeve grip and works the feet at the same time. We know the Japanese are very clever with working with their ashiwazas. Kuriashibara and the Kouchigaris, well renowned for. Pakut, as you can see, with the left hand in the lapel. Kouchigari, nice exchange there of some good strong kumikata. And now comes round the waist and attempts the Yokosutami waza. So we're now into golden score. Well, I think it was a bit of a false attack there from Pakut, but because it was on the... They're going to let that one go, but...
let it slide.
They just let that one slide, and I think if it was in the middle of the contest time, they might have given her a penalty for that, which would have been the final penalty for her. Takayama getting a strong grip now once more, but has her head caught up a little bit there. An exchange. Right hand to high collar, then comes round the back, and on the pause comes in for the Ouchigari Uchimata. Pakut returns with a Seanagi, tries to get that drive off that attack.
That was reasonably close as well.
Was, if she just kept pushing deeper, but having that slight pause in between would make it an effective score. Well, coming up to the first minute in golden score, and I think we're looking at the third and final Shido going to Pakut. Really couldn't get past the strong defences. She was really trying to play to steal the match rather than going out and doing her own judo, I think, on this one. Didn't have the confidence against Takayama to just play her match. So Takayama goes through to the semi-finals. She'll be up against Suarez in that semi-final, so that'll be a very interesting match to watch later on in the final block.
We come now to the quarterfinal in the under 100 kilo category, featuring Ramadan Darwish of Egypt. He's up against Aaron Farah of Austria. It'll be Darwish in the white judogi, Farah in blue. Yeah, he's done.
Oh,
That is done. I think that's it one.
Yep, I think so too. Well, there's a very happy man.
Well, of course, Darwish is going to be claiming the direct bear hug, but he has a hand on him first.
Yeah.
There is a grip there. Nothing wrong with that. That was his last ditch effort for Darwish to claim that he had gone for a direct bear. No, he's got a hand on him first. Yeah.
Oh, yay! That's nice. And it was one hand, two hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Grasped the belt, lifted him up, Uchimata, and what
Dear,
power.
oh dear.
There's the second hand on the belt, gets the leverage, he's spinning him around, spins him with Uchimata, but in the wrong direction. Looks more like the Uchimata, but Ochigari, if he turned the opposite way, would have been an Uchimata, but whatever he was doing, a helicopter ride out there.
Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil faces Laurin Böhler of Austria. It's Buzzacarini in the white judogi, Böhler in blue. Another quarterfinal in the under 100 kilo category, and then we'll have Lucas Kopalik and Daniel Allerstorfer after this. That was a bit of a thumping, wasn't it?
Oh, that was nice. Right hand bowler right over the left side, just tucking under nicely in the armpit, controlling that left hand. It comes across now with Uchimata. Lost a little bit of power on the right side, but still a very good start for bowler. A long way to go and be down 2 shidos. Not a good situation for the Brazilian to be in right now. Comes in with Uchimata, turns it towards the Makikomi. Buzzacarini there. Lapel, sleeve grip, backs his opponent onto the edge, but walks onto the Uchimata. Böhler, again another good attack, reacts well and maintains that lead. Buzzacarini there with the Makikomi, but again, very, very soft. Great counter. Was Arya Seti upon? Well, in fact, they've given it straight upon. So Böhler goes through into the semi-final. Against Farah a little bit later on in the final block. Another Austrian very close to the final. See 2 gold medals yesterday, and will it be another one today?
We've got another one coming up now. Lucas Kopalik of the Czech Republic faces Daniel Allerstorfer of Austria. It's Kopalik in the white judogi, Allerstorfer in blue.
Well, how good would that be for the Austrians? 2 women taking the gold medal, 2 men today. That would be very nice, wouldn't it? Sure that that's what they'd be hoping for.
Kopalik may have something to say about that.
I think so. But we've seen some good fighters go out in the earlier stages, but the positioning that Kopalik is in at this moment, he's straight into the Niwaza, and that's his forte. He loves being down there, and he creates a lot of magic there. Got the arm lock. Oh, is he gonna be able to finish it here? Well, Allerstorfer defends quite nicely there. Knows the trouble he was getting himself into when he went down into the ground. Kapalik. There with the left hand on the shoulder, controlling quite nicely. Alistoffer with his right hand just inside on the lapel, trying to keep those long limbs at bay. Finding that very difficult at the moment, but comes in for the Uchimata Makikomi. Owazari. Sidestepped it round the back.
He'll just try and trap the top half now, and once he's got the top half secure, he can work on freeing that leg. Just the foot left in there now, out it comes.
That's it, and the Osakomi.
Yeah.
And there's no chance of getting out of there.
10 seconds only needed. He's got Wazari on the board already. Yeah, he's clinical, I think is the description for Kapalik today.
Well, I just really can't see anyone stopping him from getting onto the top spot of that podium today, to be honest.
He's on a roll, isn't he?
He's on a real roll. It's sort of an outstanding class above the rest here today. But this man might do it, might stop him getting into that final. It's the next stop for him.
Tamerlan Bashaev of Russia faces Rowan Escuedo of Brazil. It's Bashaev in the white judogi, Escuedo in blue.
Well, what a difference in size between these two athletes. Escuedo, as you can see, with the high collar, the left hand on the shoulder of Bashaev. Comes in, Cianagi. Didn't really move the big man at all from Russia. Oh, Bashaev there. Gets a Sheila for ducking under. Bashaev straight into the first grip. Draws into his opponent. Escuedo high collar grip, trying to control his smaller opponent from Russia. Draws on that head. But Cianagi there, and it is in very deep, but he just needs to move the big man. There's no doubt about it. It's like hitting a brick wall. But the second Shido goes out, but it goes out now to the Brazilian.
He just slapped him.
Yeah, the Russian has just got to move this big man. I know it sounds so easy to say and possibly very, very difficult to do. Oh, but... You just feel he gets in so deep every time, but he just doesn't break him up enough. He needs to start pulling him forward, getting a reaction, then firing in, and off that reaction, he'll get him light on his feet, and that's what he needs to do. At the moment, it's just like hitting a wall. Escuedo there, as you can see, with the high collar grip, drawing Russian's head down. He's got the sleeve, it's quite controlling there, it keeps him planted into the ground. The Makikomi, which is a lot of weight following that attack on the Brazilian side. Taitoshi, oh, well. Kochigari, beautifully done there. Well, he showed the Seoinage so many times and then switched it to the rear. A great change of direction. A good game plan there. Sadly didn't get the score, but oh, goodness me, he was so close. A minute and a half remaining. 2 Shidos to 1. Brazilian, the high collar grip once more. They're just backed off to the edge of the contest area. The Russian comes in for the Seoinage. Well, he's a very strong, powerful man, isn't he?
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before Bashaev caught him with that. And the reason I say that is Escuero didn't have anything to stop Bashaev from getting past his initial defense.
No.
So the only thing then was to try and step off it. Well, when he's that low between your legs, you're not stepping off it.
No,
you know,
very, very
you're going to go over.
And the timing couldn't have been more perfect with just under a minute to go.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
Fabulous, the famous 40 seconds. It is the magic number, as we say. Escuero going over. There's the Tomonague. Again, another strong attack by the Russian. Well, down to the last 20 seconds. It doesn't look like the big man's got much left in him, the Brazilian. He comes over desperate to get the high collar grip. Connects there. Kochigak, yes. Nice attack there. And Bashaev goes through to the next round, into the semi-final, where he'll be up against Kripalik, and that's going to be quite a tough match. It's going to be interesting, though. If he can stay up on his feet, he could just do it.
I think the thing about Bashaev is that he's really brave. You know, I'm not saying fearless, but he's brave, and he's
gutsy enough.
Yeah, he tries things. He knows what he does well, and he just sticks to that. I think he's a good little man.
Yeah, I think he's
a good one. If
he can stay in the Tachiwaza against Kripalik, he might just do it. He might.
Coming up next, we've got a repechage contest in the plus 78 kilo category. Mackenzie Williams of the United States of America faces Sarah Adlington of Great Britain. It'll be Williams in the white judogi, Adlington in blue, and we'll follow this with the semi-final.
Well, Adlington straight away with the high collar grip on the left side. Takes the sleeve. Williams coming in the inside. Tries to reach over deep onto that belt, Adlington. Obviously didn't have much of a first match in the quarterfinal. Cross grips, comes round the back, steps in for what looked to be the Uchimata. Williams attempts Seoinage, but Adlington not thinking it's worth going into the Niwaza from that position. Rather stay in the Tachiwaza. Comes across with the hips. Pushes her opponent down into the ground. Williams coming round the back. Cross grips, tempting an Ouchigari, and Adlington sees the arm and the opportunity for the arm lock, but reacted just a little bit too slow in that transition opportunity. Cross grip for Adlington, comes round the back with the left. Got the right hand now firmly on her opponent's left side. Really, it's just a matter of controlling Williams rather than committing too much. Quite a considerable amount of weight difference here between these two athletes. The left hand, high collar, digs in, elbow tucked in nicely, and steps across for the Taitoshi. Little bounce there from Adlington just to keep her lively as she pulls the arm across, throws the arm round the back and attacks the front. A little bit of a routine that she has here. So coming up to the last minutes now in this contest. Once more, steps across, Williams falls to her face, and Adlington now a little bit slow to react, but was attempting what looked to be the Sangaku.
Our third penalty picked up by Mackenzie Williams of the United States of America gives Sarah Adlington the chance to fight for a bronze medal. We'll see her when that bronze medal contest comes up. But we come now to the semi-final in the plus 78 kilo category. Maria Suellen Altherman of Brazil faces Zhenya Chibisova of Russia. It'll be Altherman in the white judogi, Chibisova in blue.
Well, Chibisova straight away was very strong against Adlington and powered her way through in style into this semi-final.
I think she's the lightest in the weight category.
Well, she looks it, but she looks one of the tallest as well, doesn't she?
Not the best position for her to be in there. She wants to be a little bit more upright.
Yeah, she needs to power through the whole body rather than just using the legs to do so. Nice strong grip though there better from the Russian, but Athema comes through with the Makakomi.
Could again be both hands, so on one side.
Giving away these valuable points, isn't she, with the Shidos?
Inside 1 minute. In 1 minute she gave away 2 penalties.
Chibisova there, a high collar grip, draws that left hand over, brings the head down, those long legs. If she can keep herself upright, she needs to be very, very powerful and strong core. She walks onto that Cianagi, and that's where she's got to be careful as she piles that pressure on. That height and direction could cause her a few problems. She really has to be aware of, one, the Makakomis, two, the Cianagis, being such a tall athlete. Now you just think from there, having the control, that she would look for the Ouchigari, the Kosotas, and start stumbling Athema back to the rear rather than to the front. Once again, Chabisova throws that left arm over. Brazilian comes in with the Makakomi. She has the grip once more and needs to move Athema. The Brazilian once more looking for the Makakomi, and second Shido goes to the Russian. So it's 2 apiece. Thema Osota into the Makakomi, and the response was for the Russian to drop to her knees to get out of any trouble there. She seems to have lost a little bit of confidence, this Russian, to be honest. And Athema is really building up momentum in this semi-final. Russian tries to throw the arm over the top. Gives her the arm though, and Athema wants that. She looks for the Makakomi. She also has the Cianagi. So the Osota, just without any grip, a complete flop to the ground there. So badly timed. Well, the referee's going to let that one slide, but another one like that, and I don't think she will. So the benefit of the doubt with that, but that drop from the Brazilian wasn't any better. Oh yes, there you have it, over the back, the wrong side. Came in for the Cianagi, took her from the opposite direction, and the Russian just completely fell over onto her back.
I was going to say that it appeared that Chabisova ran out of ideas, but that suggests that she had an idea in the beginning.
That's
really, I mean,
it was
we
so different to she started off within the first 15 seconds, and it was only 15 seconds,
yeah.
I think. She started off right. She took control. She used her size to her advantage, but there she just let it go. She just, as soon as she felt the power of Athema, she just bottled it. She really didn't have the confidence.
Fraser Chamberlain of Great Britain is up against Zachary Burt of Canada. It's Chamberlain in the white judogi, Burt in blue. We're already underway. We've had 20 seconds or so, and Chamberlain in a useful position here. Still working on the ground. Why not?
Well, Chamberlain really good in the Niwaza. There's no doubt about it. He'll be comfortable down there as he tries to put a little bit more extra pressure on Burt.
Yeah, well, he had two options, and that was the trouble for Zachary Burt. You know, what to defend. Shall I defend against the choke, or shall I defend against the arm lock? And in the end, I think Chamberlain also was slightly uncertain. Which one shall I, concentrate on? Maybe Burt's defence was up to it and good enough,
Yes.
and he was blocked on both occasions, and it ended up looking as though he was uncertain. It was just as a result of Burt's defence being that good. One got closed down, he tried the other one, that got shut down, and then the referee said, okay, Mate, back up on your feet. But Burt picks up a penalty for just gripping inside the sleeve there. So a penalty to Burt with 2.5 minutes left to go.
Well, Chamberlain definitely has a very strong right hand high collar grip there. He's dominating nicely. A little bit worried about leading with that right foot. It seems like a bit of a message, but then I think the message is to go for the Osotogari, because I'm looking for the counter. And then the transition into the Niwas, he gets that spin, but once more he tries again, but a little bit loose on the legs. Great gripping skills from Chamberlain. Gets that right high collar grip. He draws his opponent's sleeve across the chest. Very powerful indeed. Nicely controlled. This is what's causing the... Oh, what a throw! Oh, Chigari. He pulled him as if he's coming forward and switched it back. Nice sort of spin on it. Beautifully done. Chamberlain takes the lead with the Chigari. Well, what a technique, and totally fooled Zachary Burt. Osotogari.
Almost caught him with the Nidanko Sotogari, but
Yes.
that was as a result of Burt being in a bad position. But hey, you take them as they come. Minute 20 odd left to go.
Whoa, is this the... Well, there was a nice bit of Winnie was there with Burt. Thought there was an opportunity there for the Canadian.
Well, there's a little over a minute left to go. Single Shido against Burt. Tomoyanagi, left-sided, just pushing him over to the left, but no real chance of getting caught up in that one. Chamberlain again on the ground. Has a look at the clock,
Again,
decides
he
to try
knows
and...
that's
Yeah,
where he wants
absolutely,
to-
why not?
Too right.
Let's just
it's-
rough him up a bit on the ground first.
Could make it a little bit less subtle, couldn't he? He just really needs to soften that one down, because there was two glances. If the referee gets a shot of that, then he'll know that it's just a time waster in the Niwaza. But Chamberlain obviously is very dangerous in the ground, so he can look busy.
He's also penalty free with 40 odd seconds left to
Yes.
go, so you can burn too. I know that doesn't sound nice, but hey, that's the tactics. And in football, if you're leading by 1-0, you don't push all 11 men up front, do you?
No, you just pass the ball around, and that's what he's just... 26 seconds. Sutemi was a Tomoyanagi attempt there. Gets the penalty for that, for defending, not for the attack, but for being quite defensive with the grip, straight armed. But like we say, 16 seconds, and really Chamberlain cannot afford to make any mistakes here, but he's to stay very strong. He's got good kumikata. He really needs to just grip up, control and maintain that lead, and in fact he goes for not gripping up and picks up his second Shido. Well, with 2 seconds to go, he's just going to wait, and Zachary Burt didn't even try for those 2 seconds.
Fraser Chamberlain it is who takes his place in the bronze medal contests. We've got a repechage contest. Sorry, we've got the semi-final. Beg your pardon. We've got the semi-final in the under 90 kilo category coming up. Mark Ordenthal of Germany faces David Klamert of the Czech Republic. He's still in there, is Klamert, despite the fact that he's had a few close calls. It'll be Ordenthal in the white judogi, Klamert in blue. Got such nice movement, Mark Ordenthal. Good throwing skills, strong, well built, you know, good physical condition. It'll be difficult to get past. Like watching the German fight. Chance to work on the ground now, but the opening doesn't present itself, or at least he's not able to make something out of that. 2.5 minutes left to go. Looked to go left-sided, possibly for left-sided Uchimata, but he never really went through with the last phase. Nice foot movement to get himself in the position, but just didn't feel it and decided against finishing off. Minute 40 odd left to go. Just get the feeling that Ordenthal is lining up his man, and Klamert comes in there with a slightly untidy effort and doesn't trouble Ordenthal. Yeah, that lining up can also be seen as taking your foot off the gas, and I think he has here. And the referee, Orlando Cruz, spotted that and said, hey, that's the Uchimata, that's pretty good. Goes over for Wazari, does end up on his back. But the score is Wazari, and I think we saw Ordenthal managing to get his foot out earlier on. Whether he's going to be able to squeeze it out this time, I don't think so. And the referee calls Mate with a little under a minute left to go. Ordenthal looking at a place in the final of the under 90 kilo category here. Wazari the lead. Klamert now with some work to do. All a little bit desperate right at the end there from Clamert, but it's Mark Audenthal who makes his way into the final of the under 90 kilo category. Okay, coming up next, it will be Natalie Powell of Great Britain. She'll face Beata Pakut. It's the repechage contest in the under 78 kilo category. First minute almost out of the way, no score as yet. Yeah, I kind of go with the Polish coach there. You know, there was an Ojigari attack from Powell, and she stepped off that attack. To get called for stepping out was a bit harsh, I think. Anyway, Shido's on the board. Ojigari attack from Powell, almost countered by Pakut there. Just didn't seem to have enough strength in the upper body to turn Powell. Just as well for Powell, actually. Minute and a half left to go. Single Shido against Beata Pakut. No score as yet. Paku picks up a second penalty. Nice Uchimata effort there though. Doesn't quite come up with the score. 40 odd seconds left to go. Good pressure from the Polish fighter here. Again, another Uchimata effort, and Powell's going to have to be careful here not to pick up a passivity penalty. No, there it is. Now Paku really beginning to put the pressure on. Again, going over on the right side, Uchimata or Ojigaru, and a good counter there from Powell. Could be that just came that little bit too late. They were already off the competition area. 17 seconds left to go. Yeah, golden score it is.
Well, this has been quite an interesting but hard-fought match. Pakut has really done well against such a strong opposition as well. Powell taking the left hand high onto the shoulder, drawing her weight down, but Pakut comes across once more using her feet. Powell comes round the back with the Kosota attempt. They're both looking very tired out there though at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think Powell has the slightly better stamina, but Pakut's dangerous with the Uchimata.
No sooner you said it, and it appeared. The Uchimata, and Powell just walked onto that, didn't she, really?
Yeah, she threatened with the Uchimata on a number of occasions, and once you get the fighter getting past your defence,
it just builds up the confidence, doesn't it?
It's hard to get off it. It's very hard to get off a fighter who's, through your defences. Anyway. Senisha Skirbic, the referee, just wants to make sure that the Wazari goes on the right place. Was at that time, yeah. And there was no complaints from Natalie.
No.
She knew.
She knew she went
just
over
happened
on
that
that
they
one.
pressed the wrong button. Pakut it is who goes through to fight for the bronze medal. Right, coming up next, semi-final in the under 78 kilo category. Samantha Suarez of Brazil faces Takayama Rika of Japan. It'll be Suarez in the white judogi, Takayama in blue.
Well, for Suarez, it's been a steady progress through to this semi-final. I say steady because there hasn't been many sparks of elements of excitement that's come there. It's just been the job getting done sort of feel throughout the day. But Takayama, she's shows some beautiful skills out there along a journey into this semi-final. Based on 2 performances, well, Suarez is an experienced athlete, very strong indeed. Takayama He's got some nice technical ability, capable of throwing big, and has done today already.
Well, the winner of this will face Mayra Aguiar of Brazil in the final.
So there's a possibility of an all Brazilian final. And that's a possibility.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Takayama now working in the Niwaza. Just needs to get the tie up really, first of all. Then she does nicely. Didn't even need to tie up the upper part of the body. Secures the osakomi. And it's looking like Takayama will go into that final. Suarez desperately trying to get out. Bracing across the head of Takayama. So Takayama of Japan goes into the final of the under 78 kilos. And up against Aguilera from Brazil in the final block.
In the final, for women on the 78 kilogram for Japan, Takayama.
Right, coming up next, there's a repechage contest in the under 100 kilo category. Ramadan Darwish of Egypt faces Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil. It'll be Darwish in the white judogi, Buzzacarini in blue. We've got 3 contests to follow this one, and then we'll take a break until 5 o'clock local time, and we'll be back with all the medal matches in the final block. Darwish just had that one slip, didn't he, against Aaron Farrow? It was quite a slip, though.
It was. It was a big slip. It was an ouch moment, as we was saying, but yeah, very interesting match indeed. Farrow looking on form, there's no doubt about it. A bit of a dull moment at this moment in time, both trying to size each other up here head to head. Both got a very similar in grips. Darwish now controlling that sleeve. He's got, but Brazilian drops underneath. Darwish coming in for the Uchimata. Sasai attempt there from the Brazilian. Well, Darwish, you can see he's very strong on that left side. So he draws in with the right hand as well, drawing his opponent's head down. Bit of a head-to-head moment. Turns in, shows, looks to be an attempt of an Uchimata, gets the reaction from the Brazilian but doesn't follow it up with anything. Now both of them should pick up a Shido apiece, I would have thought. And there you have it. Neither one of them were just following up. Good kumikata, good strong control. But no one really gutsy enough right now at this particular moment. And Darwish comes in, an attempt of the Uchimata. The reaction is for the Brazilian to fall onto his knees. Well, Buzzacarini really, he's gripped up, but he hasn't actually really followed up with much at this moment. He's got that right hand on the lapel. He steps across here, but no sooner he steps, he falls down to his knees. Either lacks confidence or power against Darwish. Sianagi. With 1 minute, 14 seconds remaining. Again, Sianagi from the Brazilian, but tends to go in and then tries to back out very quickly. Doesn't have the power to generate right through the attack. So he blocks the hip there slightly. Comes round at second best around the back, which is always a danger with the Uchimata Taitoshi attempt there that Darwish can put in. And I think he could pick up, if he's not careful, he needs to put a couple of more attacks in now. Darwish with 2 Shidos obviously has to stay fully engaged in this contest. Drops underneath, but poor judgment on that one. And I think he could be looking at the third. That wasn't very convincing, that Sianagi there. Buzzacarini, I think, will get, yeah, there you get it. That drop definitely wasn't convincing enough. And third and final Shido goes to Darwish.
He hasn't had the most enjoyable of days, I'm
no,
afraid.
It's been a hard day at the office for him.
He definitely didn't enjoy that last action.
No.
However, it was a forced attack, so there's very little that can be done about it. Right, coming up next, Aaron Farah of Austria. He faces teammate Laurin Böhler. The 2 Austrians have to go head-to-head in the semi-final in the under 100 kilo category. What a shame.
That
Great
is a shame, yeah.
to have seen one or other of them, you know, well, seen on the other side, but what they're guaranteed of is that they're going to have one in the final.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. One will be there.
And they've both been throwing really well, both of them, Farah in particular.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. They've had both really great performances throughout the day. Been very impressive. Farah for me is probably just that little bit sharper. Böhler has had a couple of battles along the way, but he has been challenged. But for me, Farah, especially against Darwish, it was a great match. He's just so sharp. Comes over, turns his opponent over, tries to desperately secure the Osakomi. Nice turnover there, though, from Farah. Tries for the high collar grip, Böhler. Loses a little bit of control. So coming up to 2.5 minutes remaining in this semi-final. It's going to be a really tough one for either one of these athletes to go out and have to find themselves in the bronze medal match, but both of them deserving to get placed in the final. Only one will get there.
Yeah, I think if if we see both of them standing on the podium, and we know we're going to see one of them on the podium, but if we see both of them standing on the podium,
Yes, it'll be
they'll
good.
probably think that they've had, a good day. Well, one of them will, because he'll be in the final. But they will go away with a collective feeling of we've really done something, because the girls, there we go.
Oh,
Close.
Burla there really reached for it. He was, up until now, he's been taking second best against Farah. And this is the first time he looks very dangerous.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the women have really done it. They've put the Austrians on the top of the medal table at the moment with those 2 gold medals from yesterday. But if they can medal a couple of times today, and they may even get something from Alastorfer in the plus 100 kilo category. He's got a shout.
Yeah, there's a possibility
at
there.
that. I'd maybe give him the edge over Ruan Izquierdo, who we're going to see next. And you've got the 2 here, so why not? Why not 3 medals for Austria today? They're guaranteed of 1. They're guaranteed 1.
Yes, definitely. And now to this weight category. Well, the Austrian team supporting both these athletes, encouraging them all the way with 1 minute remaining, still no score. Farah comes deep on the back, but Burla, that was a bit of a 50-50. It could have gone either way.
And
there.
in that exchange, I think you saw how well the 2 of them know each other, because as soon as the arm went over, he went round the side for the Uranagi,
He knew he could react from that.
Yeah, he's got that pickup. Ooh.
That was a really close call, that one.
It's funny how the Austrians have got 2 at under 100 and 1 at plus 100, and then they've got 63, 70 and under 78.
Yes.
They've got everyone, all their top fighters, all around about the same kind of weight. Like, you can throw Sabzi in there at 57,
Yes.
Because she can mix it up with Catherine Unterwertsacher and Magdalena Kasakova. Took that Shido away.
Yes, it was. But when you look at the size of these athletes, I don't think neither one of them are capable of moving up. They're not big enough.
But they will
super
practice with
heavyweight.
Alastorfer.
But they'll give him a good run. Yes.
So
good training partners. There's no doubt about it. And they're light, which means that Alastorfer is really good at working with that pace.
Yeah.
Somebody that tends to move up, such as Kripalik.
although it wasn't entirely apparent during the contest with Kopalik.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And you would have thought he would be used for the live, but
yeah.
the fear there with Kripalik, he's got great knee waza, and I think that's always a fear,
that
isn't
was
it?
big edge.
Do you actually push big and turn your back on someone like that can actually be on your back within seconds?
No, I entirely agree with you about the closeness of the weights being perfect for just adding that extra dimension in. As far as Alastorf is concerned, he should be accustomed to the two slightly lighter fighters who are going to be quicker, give him different looks and everything. But Kopalik was just a class above him.
Yeah, he was an all-rounder, and the knee waza is the biggest winning factor for him, I think, as a heavyweight.
As someone who'd been at 60, if I had to practice with someone who was 66 or 73, you manage that. Once you get to 81, you're not doing them any good.
No.
And they're not doing you any good. So, 3 weights is still a practice. 1 weight is great, and obviously you want as close to your weight as possible. So if you say 60, 66 and 73, okay. 73, 81, they go, 81, 90, they go, 90, 100, they go, and then 100 and 100 plus. But as you go further up the weights, the difference in the weights gets bigger and bigger.
Yes, yeah.
So 66, 73 is still manageable.
And you've got Berla here that
given the
takes
score.
the win. 22 seconds it took in golden score, and great sportsmanship there.
See if they give a hand slap to the big man on the way out. Yep, I saw that coming. Look at that. You have to. Little teammates, good one.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't Farah then.
No.
I'd have put my money on Farah,
So
to be
did I.
honest. So Berla it is who has to go up and do the job. Daniel Alestorfer now faces Juan Esquerdo of Brazil. It's Alestorfer of Austria in the white judogi, Esquerdo of Brazil in blue. Well, we've already called your name, Daniel, so you have to come up with the goods now.
Yeah.
Destiny awaits. Well, at least a possible bronze medal contest in Cancun.
Esquerdo takes that first Shido. It was a silly mistake to be making there at the early stages of this contest. Within 30 seconds, and already the Brazilian takes a Shido. Very strong with the grips though, the Brazilian, as he swings his opponent round. Alestorfer, like a little white lightweight, he moved him there. Tries desperately to throw that right hand high on the collar. Alestorfer trying to control the right side. He opted in for a lapel grip.
Little bit untidy. That
Yeah,
looked.
attempt for a Harai Makakomi, but he didn't have any upper body control on that.
Just needs to get settled here, Alestorfer, and then I think he can do this. Esquerdo looks like a sizable opponent, doesn't he?
He's a big lad, isn't he? There's no doubt about it. He's very, very strong. And he doesn't look easy to move as well. We've seen a couple of athletes that have tried to move him, and they don't have that much success in doing so.
Half the contest. Well, just almost half the contest. Alestorfer moving more comfortably, looking a little bit more comfortable. What have we got as far as the weights are concerned for Mr. Esquerdo?
Well, Alestorfer, he weighed in at 130 kilos.
Okay.
And his opponent only
45.
No, 139.
Really?
Not much of a difference really
No.
between, but
No, nothing to write home
No.
about that one. I thought
No.
you'd just be that little bit bigger, maybe another 4, 5, 6 kilos perhaps, but that's not the case. Who's the lightest in the weight category then? Andy Grander.
you're right. Andy Grando.
Makikomi,
Oh,
sorry.
nice. Nicely done.
Did the right thing, just hanging in there, just trying to pressure the arm and wait for the leg to free, because the referee was going to give him that time. He's just got that single sleeve. He only needed it for 10 seconds, but he had it up and around by the elbow. That was the thing. That was the annoying thing.
That's the sort of ingredient for success, is if you can catch it above the elbow, you've got much more connection and you've got drive with it.
Well, there you go.
But looking at the weights, we've got, obviously, you were right, 109 kilos, Andy Granda.
He's just a little boy, isn't he?
And Krapele, he tipped the scales at 111.5. So he's
back
actually
to,
getting...
he's back to his fighting weight.
He's getting big now. At one stage...
I think, because he used to say that he had to lose 8 kilos to get to 100.
Really?
So 9, 10, 11, he's only put 3 kilos on.
Yeah.
So that
I just think he looks a little bit bigger from the last time.
Oh, yeah,
I saw him.
definitely.
Right at the beginning of the year when last
And
year
here
when
he
he
is.
made that transition. I just thought he looked small, but he looks a real contender now. He's a heavyweight, isn't he?
Lukas Kopalik of the Czech Republic faces Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. It's Kopalik in the white judogi, Bashayev in blue. First meeting of this pair, as far as I know.
Well, Bashayev really can throw. He's got some nice judo. For him, I think he wants to get through to that final. He's got to stay off the ground with Kopalik. I think any opportunity for Kripalik, he'll be there in the Niwaza, both picking up a Shido apiece.
Big mistake on my part. I thought that they hadn't fought before. They fought once before. It was in the final of the European Championships in April when Bushayev lost out to him. Yeah, sorry about that, all of you at home. So a repeat of the European Championship final from April
in a semi-final
of this year. This time in the semi-final.
Well, Kripalik, you can see that left hand sneaking round the back there, trying to control the right side of Bushayev. Oh, Sinagi! Oh, well, that was really deep there. That was a nice manoeuvre right under Kripalik. That would have ruffled a few feathers on him. And that's where he's dangerous. Bushayev, when he comes in with those Sianagis, oh no, but this is the danger for Bushayev getting in the Niwaza. And gets a Shido for grabbing the leg. So Bushayev there with 2 Shidos down now. One more would be the hand Sokumaki, but Kripalik, left hand tucking nicely behind the right side of Bushayev.
Shame about the Shidos, isn't it, with half the contest still to come.
Oh yes, it makes it really hard for Bushayev, I think. Kripalik controlling that right sleeve, but not enough because the Sianagis have been working for him. He's leaning over very dangerously as well over Bushayev, who's steps across with that Taitoshi or the Sianagi, it'll just fall over him. But as you can see, that left hand controlling the back really nicely, and that slows the pace of entry on Bushayev. Well, 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining in this contest. Bushayev trying to keep this distance between with that left hand, drawing him in. It's making it very, very hard for him. But he's good as she was. He's got the Koichigari, but hovering there is the Uchimata.
Inside the last minute, no score yet. Bushayev has picked up 2 penalties. That just puts him at a disadvantage.
Oh, definitely. There's a Sianagi movement there.
A little bit too far away.
Yeah, Kripalik there trying to work his magic in the Niwaza, just doesn't get the opportunity to. Well, it's a really tense moment now with 40 seconds remaining, and it is a very close fought match. In the European Championships, what was the result on that?
Kripalik threw him for Wazari and then held him. It was just a single Shido in that contest. Yeah, that was finished off on the ground. He just tipped him. Bushayev went for, I think it was Uchimata, and he tipped him.
Yes.
Kripalik came up with Wazari, and then after that they went to ground, and it was from there that Kripalik finished things off.
Well, Kripalik picks up a second Shido, so it's 2 apiece now, and we're into the golden score. Bushayev obviously learnt some valuable lessons in that European final. Comes out a stronger athlete against him here today. Sianagi. Well, this is turning out to be very interesting. Kripalik looking like he's just swamping him with arms and body all over him, and Sutemi was her attack there.
Now, oddly enough, most of the time for the Russian men, if the contest goes beyond 4 minutes, we normally say that they're going to struggle.
Yeah,
well,
but
we're already, into an extra minute in golden score, and Bashaev doesn't look that bad.
No, Bashaev is in good condition here. He doesn't. Oh, but talk too soon.
Yeah.
Sutemiwaza, Sumigeshi, just on the edge of the contest area, and but what a good match, definitely. Bashaev there fought a great match against Kopalik, considering that he lost to him in the European Championships and lost to him well. And here, a different match. Same outcome though.
Yeah, he was in this one for a little bit longer. Again, just to go back to the European Championship, just that single action that caught him there, and then he finished off on ground, and the single action there that put him out. Let's have a look at the end. Yeah, there's enough. Yeah, good
A lot
one.
of respect there.
Yeah. So we have come to the end of the first part of the day here in Cancun. We've got all the medal matches coming up for you at 5 o'clock. We'll be back then. Join us, Loretta Kusat Doyle and myself, but from everybody here in Cancun, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.